this will not benefit the income of the labor mostly. As you can see in this slide, the last part of the bar chart, the average income of MSME workers is 20% lower than total economy. Ladies and gentlemen, MSMEs in Malaysia made up 97% of the total firm registered in Malaysia. Therefore, from planning perspective, industrial planning perspective, transforming MSMEs is the key success for inclusive development in Malaysia. Under the current medium-term planning, the MSMEs receive considerable attention from the government in transforming the cluster sector. Technological change, particularly digitalization, export penetration, and competitiveness among the focus area that will be emphasized for the next 5 years in the next 5 years plan. The last factors that I share here is related to the share of compensation or employees or labor payment from the economic activities. Yeah, actually, the share or the payment that received by Malaysian workers is relatively lower. Yeah, as you can see from this slide, out of total value added, only 35.9% go to the workers in the form of labor income or compensation of employees. In simplest word is every 1 ringgit or every 1 Malaysian ringgit or $1 of value added created, only 36 cents received by the workers. Our labor compensation, if we compare with Singapore, South Korea, and other selected developed countries, actually Malaysia is the lowest compared to those countries. Yeah, there are several drivers that explain why we are facing low labor income payment in addition to the labor intensive type of production. One of them is we are over reliant on foreign workers, particularly for low skilled jobs. That resulted in the wages pressure, the wages from pressure the wages to increase. Then this also provide the room of vacuum or vacuum room. I would say for the employers to utilize and maximize the cheap labor in Malaysia. At the end, we could not promote more high payment for the laborers. So that's all my presentation, Professor Ali and colleague in Turkey and the rest of the world. I hope that the presentation of this conference could give some insight to the issue of industrial policies within the context of developing economies or countries. Yeah, whatever industrial planning that we are planning for, we must ensure the benefits from the economy are inclusive for all of the people. So this morning, if we remember that remarks by the former Prime Minister Malaysia that said about the wealth distribution and how Malaysia managed success to shift from agrarian base to the industrialized base. But that success is now we have more challenging when we want to be a developed country for the next 5 or 10 years. So we have a problem in ensuring the benefit of the industrial development share equally among or across all the population in Malaysia. That's all. I pass over to you, Professor Ali.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your speech. And also we'd like to thank Professor Ali Akkemik for the introduction. And now we would like to invite our online speaker, Dr. Şeref Oğuz, Head of Editorial Board of Dünya Newspaper. Sir.
Günaydın.
Günaydın hocam. Nasılsınız?
Herkese güzel bir gün diliyorum. Konuşmamı Türkçe yapacağım.
Tamam hocam.
Ben burada kendi ilgi alanım ve bilgi alanımdan bu uçtan uça değişime bir şeyler anlatmak, bir şeyler sunmak istiyorum. Sanıyorum bu daha değerli olur. Çünkü değerli konuşmacıların her biri kendi alanlarındaki bilgi birikimleriyle gidiyorlar ama benim mesleğim gereği bir bakıma öykü anlatıcılığına dönüyor. Her ne kadar disiplinim ekonomi, bilgi ekonomi doktorusu vesaire varsa bile akademik şey. Ama gördüğüm şu, öylesine öyküler duyuyorum ki bu değişimi dönüşüm konusunda hem umut verici hem aynı zamanda da bu kaygı verici pek çok bilgiye aynı anda şahit oluyorum. Önceki gün özellikle sanayicilerin, maden sanayicileriyle bir aradaydım. İnşaat ve maden inşaat malzemeleri sanayicileri aynı zamanda. Onların en büyük kaygısı değişimi hissediyoruz, ne yapacağımızı bilmiyoruz, nereden başlayacağız, hangi derinlikte bunu karşılayacağız. Uçtan uca dönüşmek istiyoruz ama bu konuyla ilgili olarak bir elimizde rehber yok. Elimizde iyi bir örnek yok. Dışarının örneklerini birebir aldığınız zaman tamam ilham veriyor da bizim kendi dinamiklerimizden, kültürümüzden neşet eden, kaynaklanan öyküleri kendimiz oluşturmamız gerekiyor. Şu sıralar en fazla dönüşüm gayreti dijitalleşme üzerinden gördüğüm sanayide olsun, hizmet sektöründe olsun, tarımda olsun. Dijitalleşme herkesi bir şekilde kapsamış durumda. Yani bugün Türkiye'de herhangi bir sektörü dijitalleşme, sayısallaşma konusunda ikna etmeye ihtiyacınız yok. Herkes bunun farkında. Salgın sürecinde özellikle Türkiye ekonomisi 400 gün kapalı kaldığında bazı kabiliyetlerimiz gelişti, bazı safralarımızı attık, bazı bizde olmayan özelliklerin peşine düştük ki dijitalleşmede bunu çok yapan oldu. Fakat bunu yaparken eski alışkanlıkların devamı olarak yapmaya gayret edenler, bu konuda az düşünenler fakat çok para harcamak zorunda, az düşündükleri için çok fazla para harcamak durumunda kalan insanlarımız oldu. Bunlardan en önemlisi bu bilgisayarlaşma, dijitalleşme, bütün işleri dijital hale getirme gayretiyle o yola çıkan şirketlerimiz var. Özellikle sanayi bu konuda en fazla sıkıntısını çekiyor. Yani bir ustabaşı evden çalıştıramıyorsun ama bir beyaz yakalıyı eve gönderebiliyorsun. Peki biz bunları nasıl bir araya getireceğiz? Çünkü burada bir senkronize üretim söz konusu. O konuda gördüğüm bir yanlış şudur ki insanlar mevcut sistemlerin ne yapıyorsa bütün süreçlerini birebir dijitalleştirmeye çalışıyorlar. Yani nedir? Dijitalleşmenin getirdiği bilgi ve iletişim teknolojilerini endüstrinin hizmetine sokmak istiyorlar. Yaptığı işleri oraya naklediyorlar. 1998-99 yılındaydı sanıyorum. Bizzat Bill Gates'le katıldığımız bir toplantıda enteresan bir örnek vermişti. Dediği şuydu, elbette ki diyor işletmenize bilgisayar sokmak ki o zaman bilgisayar kavramını kullanıyorduk. İnternet o kadar yaygın bir kelime değildi. Bilgisayar sokmak, süreçlerinizi buraya taşımak size bir verim sağlar. Microsoft tecrübesinden yola çıkarak diyebilirim ki bu aşağı yukarı %10-15 arasında bir iyileştirmeyi de sağlayabilir. Fakat çözüm bu değildir. Çözüm diyor, önce süreçlerinizi zihninizde dijital hale getirin. Değer üretmeyen süreçleri belirleyip bunların üzerine bir daha sonra teknolojiye başvurmak olmalıdır. Yani önce zihninizde işletmenizi düzeltip ondan sonra teknolojiye başvurursanız veriminiz %90-95 oranında arttığı çok büyük bir rakam söylüyordu. Daha sonra bu rakamı biraz daha aşağı 80'lere indirdi ama 95 bir iyileşme sağlanacak. Fakat içeride benim gördüğüm süreçlerini sorgulamadan insanlar dönüşümü şöyle zannediyorlar. İşte komşum yaptı, OSTİM'de falancılar yaptı, filan örnekler var. Hani best practice dediğimiz iyi örnekler de ben aynısını yapayım. Hayır olmuyor. Çünkü iş süreçleri değişti. Çok uçtan uca değişim gerekiyor. İletişim süreçleri değişti. İlişki süreçleri son derece farklılaştı. Sosyal medya işte şu programı yaptığımız, kullandığımız uzaktan görüşme, toplantılar vesaire ve daha da önemlisi önceleri fazla dikkat etmediğimiz bilgi süreçleri oluştu. Tüm bunları çerçeveleyip baktığımızda uçtan uça dönüşüm dediğiniz yapıda şunu fark ettik. Bir, senin üstüne oturacak. Senin ihtiyaçlarınla örtüşecek. İkincisi, ne azı ne fazlası. Bunun bir optimalinde olacaksın. Üçüncüsü, sizin bir şeyi tam yapmanız yetmiyor. Ekosisteminizin de dönüşmesi gerekiyor. Çok fazla organize sanayi bölgesi dolaşıyorum. Orada her çeşit sektör var. Her çeşit. Makine sektörü şu anda önemli bir şekilde atılımda Türkiye'de. Özellikle onlara çok dikkat ediyorum ben. Orada gördüğüm şu, kimisi yurt dışında birlikte iş yaptığı ortağı, çözüm ortağı, tedarikçisi, müşterisi, hatta belki de ona iş veren insanlar dönüşümü sağlamış, dijital dönüşümü ya da sadece dijital dönüşüm süreçlerini dönüştürmüş. Fakat kendisi buna mecbur kaldığından dolayı o da dönüştürmüş. Bu iyi, tamam. Kimisi bu konuyla ilgili olarak artık yurt dışında iş yapamaz duruma gelmiş ve ne yapacağından habersiz. Bu kötü. Bunların sayısı da hayli fazla. Can havliyle, el yordamıyla ya da bir panik atak içerisinde bir dönüşüm içerisine giriyorlar ki bu daha önce buna hazırlanmadıklarını görüyor. Ama bir grup var ki bunlar şu anda bana göre özellikle pandemi sonrasında büyümenin hızlanacağı, Dünya Bankası'nda biliyorsunuz Türkiye'nin 2022 büyümesini %5,5'tan 9'lara tırmandırdı. Yani yukarıya doğru revize etti. Bu süreç içerisinde o şirketlerimizin çok büyük kabiliyetlerle başarılar göstereceğine inanıyorum. Neden? Onlar bütün süreçleri, yaptıkları işte dahil. Yani bir bakıma re-engineering, yeniden mühendislik yaparak. Ben burada ne yapıyorum? Bunu nasıl yapıyorum? Ve daha da önemlisi bunu neden yapıyorum? 3 soru, ne, nasıl, nedeni bir araya getirip öyle enteresan çözümler geliştirmişler ki sadece bunların iletişimini biz yeterince yapmadığımız için diğer insanlar bunun pek farkında değil ama bu da yadsınacak bir başarı değil. Belki Dünya Gazetesi olarak işte bu tür başarılı öyküleri gidip bulup oradaki iyi örnek belki de başka birinin tam da aradığı çözüm olur. Yani birinin ihtiyacı, birinin başarısını buluşturma noktasında bir işlev görüyoruz. Buna ağırlık veriyoruz Dünya Gazetesi olarak. Çünkü hiç kimse tek başına okyanusu geçemiyor. Mutlaka yanına bununla ilgili olarak eşlik edecek bir çözüm ortağı, bir hayal ortağı, bir yol ortağı arıyordur. Bir başka enteresan dönüşüm konusundaki sıkıntı, bir kaygı olarak üzerimize gelmekte olan bir sıkıntı, o da şu. Bu yeşil dönüşüm öylesine kafaları karıştırdı ve bir değişim ve uçtan uça değişim dediğimiz kavramda uçtan uça dönüşüm öylesine üstümüze bir çığ gibi geliyor ki insanlar buradan bir fırsat çıkarmak şöyle dursun, acaba ben bunu nasıl pas geçerim veya bu beni nasıl ortadan kaldırmaz endişesine kapıldılar. Haklılar. Biz benzer sıkıntıyı 1994 yılında Türkiye Gümrük Birliği müzakereleri için Avrupa Birliği ile görüştüğü sıralarda yaşamıştık. Endüstri gelmekte olan bir gümrük birliği diye bir şey var, bu nedir diye soruyordu. Ve o dönemde de o şartlardan bir tanesi C diye bir belge üzerinden bu örneği vereceğim. Gerçi 84 bin sayfalık bir anlaşmaydı ama C etiketi, C belgesi. Kaliteyle ilgili bir belge. Eğer bu yoksa gümrük birliğine mal satamıyorsunuz, olamıyorsunuz vesaire. Kalite dediğimiz kavram. O dönemde 2 sene biz uzatma istedik. Bu 2 sene içerisinde uçtan uça dönüşüm, birlikte anlama noktasında büyük gayret sarf ettik. O dönemde İktisadi Kalkınma Vakfı diye bir sivil toplum örgütümüz her sektörümüzün gümrük birliğine ne kadar hazır olduğu, ne kadar riskler ve fırsatlar taşıdığıyla ilgili çok güzel bir entelektüel çalışma yapmıştı. O dönemde ben hatırlıyorum basın sektörü konusunda bir çalışma yoktu. Onun da ben o çalışmanın içerisinde yer almıştım. Rekabetimiz ne kadar falan ve o çerçeveden sonra 96 yılında Gümrük Birliği fiilen başladığı zaman ona hazır olanlar, o dönüşümü sağlayanlar yukarı çıktı, yapamayanlar ise silindi, elendi, ekonomiden düştüler ya da servetleriyle birlikte şirketleri de el değiştirmiş oldu. Şimdi aynı şekilde Yeşil Mutabakat'ın gelmekte olduğu bir ortamda bana en çok sorulan soru şu: ben bununla ne kadar ilgili olmalıyım? Yani aslında cevabı da kendileri vererek diyorlar ki yeşil mutabakat konusunda mutabıkız. Fakat neyi yapıp neyi yapmama konusunda mutabık değiliz. Çünkü Avrupa diyor ki bu eylem planı budur. 2035 hedefim var, 2050 hedefim var. Bununla ilgili olarak dünyada herkes bunu konuşurken ben fiil olarak buna girdim, bir hedef koydum, raporlar hazırladım. Eğer diyor Türkiye bu süreçte yeşil dönüşümle ilgili sorumluluklarını yerine getirmez ise Türk mallarını Avrupa'daki vitrinlerde göremezsiniz. Şimdi bu çok büyük bir tehdit. Fakat son enerji krizi şunu gösterdi ki Avrupa'da kendi koymaya çalıştığı kriterleri gözden geçiriyor. Mesela kömür lanetlenmiş bir fosil yakıt iken yeşil mutabakat içerisinde, yani bundan bir an önce insanoğlu kurtulmalıdır derken Avrupa'daki pek çok şirket şimdi acaba benim elimdeki kömür kaynaklarını daha çevreci, daha az kirletici, karbon izini düşüren hale dönüştürüp enerjimde kullanabilir miyim? Neden? Çünkü enerji fiyatları son bir yılda bazı alanlarda %578 oranında arttı. Petrolün varili üzerinden genellikle enerjiyi okumaya alışık olan iş dünyası ve dünya, ama onun altında enerjinin bir sürü bileşeni, özellikle doğal gazdaki gelişmeler, Rusya'nın bu alandaki yeni pozisyonlaması, boru hatları vesaire gündeme geliyor ve şu korkuyu dile getiriyor. Sorduğum son bir haftada görüştüğüm bütün iş adamlarına, sanayicilere sorduğum soru şu oldu: bu dönüşümün hızla geliştiği ortamda en büyük korkunuz nedir? En büyük korkunuz nedir? Birinci sırada enerjimizin olmaması, enerji krizi yaşamamız diyor. Ve ikinci sırada jeopolitik riskler, savaş vesaire, her şeyi ikinci plana atmış durumdalar. Hatta hastalık bile, yani salgının devamı bile. Şu anda enerji en büyük dert. Al böyle olunca şimdi biz içeride bu dönüşümü uçtan uça nasıl sağlayacağız? Eğer siz bir yandan fosil yakıt obur teknolojilerden azaltmak ya da onları iyileştirmek konusunda bir şey yapmaz iseniz yarın öbür gün Avrupa Birliği'nden gelmekte olan bu dalganın sorumlulukları konusunda bayağı bir maliyet ödeyeceksiniz. Şimdi maliyet söz konusu ise biz bu maliyeti ödemeli miyiz? Bunun hesabı da yapılıyor. Söylenen şudur: yeşil mutabakat maliyetlidir. Ucuz olduğunu hiç kimse söylemedi. Aksine çok da pahalı. Ama onu yerine getirmemenin maliyeti ondan daha büyük olduğuna ikna olmanız gerekiyor. Mesela sadece enerji konusunda her yıl dünyanın 1 trilyon dolarlık yatırım yapan dünyanın enerji konusunda bugün günümüzde 1 trilyon dolar yani 1000 milyar dolar civarında yatırım yapan dünyanın bunu yeşil mutabakat çerçevesinde enerji krizini ucuz, ulaşılabilir ve standart tedarik, arz güvenliği sağlamış hale getirebilmesi için bu yatırım miktarını 5 trilyon dolara çıkarması gerekiyor. Şimdi ben Türkiye'ye döneceğim. Kendi ülkemle ilgili olarak örnek vermek istiyorum bu dönüşümle ilgili olarak. Şimdi Türkiye'ye stratosferden bakarsanız, kürenin dışından, neredeyse dünyanın her alanda %1'i civarındayız. Nüfus bakımından %1, yüz ölçüm bakımından %1, işte ne bileyim ticaret hacmi bakımından %1. Pek çok alanlarda %1 civarında. Enerji konusuna da gelince %1 civarında Türkiye'nin de bu anlamda yatırım yapması gerekiyor her yıl ki yeşil mutabakatla ilgili bu dönüşüm sağlanabilsin. Şimdi ben bakıyorum Türkiye'deki hidroelektrik kapasitemizin büyük bir bölümünü, hatta neredeyse tamamını kullanmış durumdayız. Hatta öyle ki Karadeniz bölgesindeki HES çözümleri, küçük santraller çözümleriyle birlikte çevreyi de kirleten hale gelecek, yani dereleri kurutacak, yani bir yandan enerji sağlarken öbür taraftan dereleri kurutacak hale dahi gelmişiz. Şimdi nükleer konusunda attığımız bir adım var. İşte Mersin Akkuyu Santralı ile ilgili olarak. Fakat bu diğer dünya örneklerinden gördüğümüz gibi tüm enerji ihtiyacımızın ancak 1/10'ine denk gelecek bir karşılama söz konusu. Zaten bu konuyla ilgili olarak petrolü olmayan, doğalgazı olmayan ülkelerin de nükleer enerjiye yüklendikleri dünyada yine yeşil mutabakat ve çevre sorunlarıyla beraber atıkların yönetimi, atıkların ekonomisi ve atıkların siyaseti sıkıntı getireceğinden %10'da biri de buradan. Fakat asıl Türkiye'nin dönüşümü sağlayacağı alanlardan bir tanesinin ben dönüşebilir, yenilenebilir enerjilerde olduğunu hatırlıyorum. Bundan 15 yıl önce Al Gore başkan yardımcısı, Amerikan başkan yardımcısı iken Türkiye'ye gelmişti. TÜSİAD'ın davetlisi olarak. Onu izlemiştim, konferansını. Enteresan bir raporla gelmişti. Dediği şuydu: Türkiye güneş enerjisi konusunda mukayeseli üstünlüğe sahip. Çünkü biliyorsunuz bu güneşin azı da işe yaramıyor, fazlası da işe yaramıyor. Optimal bir noktada ve Almanya örneğinden yola çıkarak Almanya'nın şu anda çok az kapasitesi, çok az potansiyeli olmasına rağmen Türkiye'den 15-20 kat daha fazla güneş enerjisinden istifade ederken Türkiye neden yapmasın? Mesela orada bu bir potansiyelle beraber zaten başlamıştık ama oradaki uçtan uça değişim tam da burada anlamını buluyor. Şimdi endüstri değişmeye başlıyor ama sizin yönetim anlayışınız, hukuk sisteminiz buna uygun gelişmediği zaman neler oluyor? Çok iyi hatırlıyorum. 1 megawata kadar lisanssız insanlar güneş enerjisi kullanabiliyor, üretebiliyor vesaire. Peki daha büyükse, hayır, 1 megawatt aşmışsa lisans ücreti ödemelisin ve devlet öyle paralar istiyordu ki o yatırımı yapmak yerine gider pahalı enerji kullanırsın, daha iyi. Bir holding sahibi çok fazla enerji kullanan bir fabrikasının çatısı 17 dönümlük güneş panelleriyle çevrilmişti. Fakat orada 17 tane farklı şirket defter üzerinde kurmuş. Yani çatısında 17 şirket koymak zorunda kalmıştı ki dönüşümün eksik kalan yasal tarafı, düzenleme, regülasyon tarafları yerine gelmediğinden dolayı böyle bir tuhaf çözümle ancak baş edebilme noktasına gelmişti. Şimdi anlatmak istediğim, siz dönüştünüz. Fakat bu ekosistem içerisinde diğeri dönüşmediyse, diğeri eksik kaldıysa buna biz dönüşmeden söz edemeyiz. Asenkron dediğimiz bir dönüşüm söz konusu ve akorsuzluk yüzünden olanın da daha karmaşık hale gelebileceği tehlikeleri de taşıyoruz. O açıdan ben bu anlamda dönüşümün herkesin demokrasinin kılıcı gibi tepesine asılı olduğu bir çağda büyük projeler, küçük projeler hiç fark etmiyor. Holistik, yani bütüncül bir bakışla uçtan uça düşünülerek yapılması gerektiğini hissediyorum. Siz dönüştünüz, tedarikçiniz dönüşmedi. Siz dönüştünüz, sizin lojistiğinizi sağlayan şirket dönüşmedi. Siz dönüştünüz, finans konusunda size hizmet sağlayan bankacılık, finans sistemi dönüşmedi. Böyle bir şey olmaz. Basit bir şey söyleyeyim. Artık giderek startupların bu kadar yükseldiği bir ortamda finansa erişim konusunda hala 100 liralık bir banka kredisi için 225 liralık bir teminat isteyen bir bankacılık sistemi acaba sizin dijital dönüşümdeki oluşan, ki her biri artık uzaya çıkmak için, unicorn olmak için yarış içerisinde olan şirketlere finans sağlayabilir mi? Ne yapmanız gerekiyor? O anlayışı da dönüştürmeniz gerekiyor. Şimdi Hollanda'da elinizdeki bir lale soğanıyla bankadan içeri girdiğiniz zaman bankadaki hanımefendi size hemen oradaki ihtiyacınızı giderir. Çünkü o konuda neler olup bittiğini biliyor. Fakat bizde öyle bir şey yaptığınızda işe bakmaksızın finans kesimi sizi kredilendirirken hala teminat, yani neredeyse 100 yıl öncesinden inşa edilen teminat sistemiyle gider ve bunun oranlarını da yüksek tutarsa siz şirket olarak, anlayış olarak, fikir olarak değişseniz dahi finansa erişim konusunda ki ekosistem içerisindeki partneriniz ya da içinde bulunması gereken ekürünüz her neyse bir parçanız dönüşmemişse istediğiniz kadar siz bu konuyla emek sarf edin ve ne yapıyorsunuz? Aklınızdan geri kalıyorsunuz. Şununla ben sözümü bağlamak istiyorum. Türkiye dönüşümü çok hızlı karşılayan ülkeler grubunda. Az önce verdiğim örnekte CE belgesi konusundaki dönüşümde kaliteyi keşfetmekle kalmadık. O kadar hızlı oldu ki Avrupa toplam kalite ödüllerinin ilkini birisi almıştı, sonra onun abonesi oldu. Şimdi biz zihnimizi buna getirmemiz halinde tek sorun kalıyor. Collaboration dediğimiz işbirliği, iş bölümü anlamındaki kelime. Buradaki eksikliğimiz yüzünden herkes enerjisini kendi başına sarf ettiğinden ve birlikte davranmadığından dolayı zaman, insan ve zemin kaybı söz konusu oluyor. O açıdan eğer bir mesela yeşil dönüşüm, yeşil mutabakat konusunda herkesin bir şey yaptığını biliyorum. Bakanlıkların her biri yapıyor ki kamu en fazla dönüşüm konusunda, yeşil mutabakat konusunda da yetki ve söz sahibi, kendisi de buna uymak zorunda. Ama hala bunları bir araya getirecek ünitelerimiz yok. Herkesin maksudu bir der Fuzuli, fakat rivayet muhtelif. Hepimizin maksadı dönüşüm ama rivayetlerimiz, eylemlerimiz akord edilmemiş durumda. Eğer bunu bir rezone edebilirsek, ki bazı sektörlerimiz ediyor ve işbirliği, iş bölümü noktasında güveni tesis edebilirsek, bu gelmekte olan büyük dönüşüm dalgasını uçtan yakalarız. Eğer bunu yakalamazsak kayık yandan dalgayı aldığı zaman alabora olma tehlikesi var. Beni dinlediğiniz için hepinize teşekkür ediyorum.
Sayın Doktor Şeref Oğuz Bey'e çok teşekkür ediyoruz hocam. Çok teşekkür ederiz. We'd like to thank Dr. Şeref Oğuz for his speech. Now, we'd like to invite online another invited speaker, Professor Dr. Erinç Yeldan of Kadir Has University. Sir, can you hear us?
Evet, çok teşekkürler.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz hocam.
Merhabalar hepinize.
Merhabalar hocam.
Sevgili Şeref Hoca'ya da çok selamlar, geçmişleri olsun. Katkıları için çok teşekkür ederiz.
Buyurun hocam, söz sizin.
Evet, değerli konuklar, sevgili arkadaşlarım, değerli misafirler, OSTİM Üniversitesi'nin bu çok anlamlı, çok değerli, geniş katılımlı toplantısına beni davet ettiğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ben bugün sizlere Avrupa Yeşil Düzeni ve Türkiye üzerine bir sunum hazırladım. Yeşil ekonomik düzen Türkiye için tehdit değil, bir fırsattır görüşünü sizinle paylaşmak arzusundayım. Onun için bana ayrılan süre içerisinde sizlere Avrupa Yeşil Düzeni üzerinden Türkiye'nin potansiyel büyüme patikasına katkılarda bulunmak arzusundayım. Her şeyden önce bu Avrupa Yeşil Düzeni 2019 aralığında ilan edildi. Finansal destekleme, yeni hedef tasarımlar, Avrupa iklim politikaları uyumlaştırma, kimseyi geride bırakmama stratejisinin bir komple iz düşümü. Sadece karbon emisyonunu azaltma, net sıfır emisyonu olarak değil, bunun ötesinde biyoçeşitliliğin korunması, ormanların gençleştirilmesi, tarladan sofraya stratejisi, adil, sağlıklı, çevreyle dost bir gıda sisteminin kurgulanması, sürdürülebilir akıllı ulaştırma, finansman, yeşil finans biçimlerinin yeşil kredi, yeşil merkez bankacılık gibi yeni tasarımların yaygınlaştırılması ve bir iklim diplomasisi. Nihayetinde bir jeopolitik girişim bu. Kimseyi geride bırakmama, bunun içinde hem teknoloji dağıtımı hem de finans yardımıyla beraber kimseyi geride bırakmama da bu stratejinin bir parçası olacak. Bu konular 2020-2021'de düzenleniyor. En son olarak da 14 Temmuz tarihli bir açıklamayla daha güncel bir veriye, bir patikaya sahibiz. Şimdi bütün bunlar kuşkusuz hepsi maliyet. İktisatçıların anladığı dilden. McKinsey örneğin bir araştırma yaptı geçen sene 2020 sonunda paylaştığı bir çalışmada. Bu dönüşümün maliyetini toplamda 2050'ye kadar 28 trilyon avro olarak ilan etti. Yıllık bazda Avrupa milli gelirinin kabaca her sene %5'i. Her sene Avrupa milli gelirine de oran olarak yatırım harcamalarının 2 puanla 4 puan arttırılması gerekiyor oransal olarak. 10'ar yıllık dilimlere böldüğünüz vakit McKinsey'in öngörüleri esas ana kaynağın ulaştırma ve bina konut sektörlerinde olmak üzere kabaca 9 trilyon dolarlık 10'ar yıllık dilimler haricinde bir maliyetin söz konusu olacağını bizimle paylaşıyor. Tabii böylesi bir maliyet çeşitli riskleri de öne getiriyor. Her şeyden önce böyle bir maliyetin getirdiği dönüşüme ayak uyduramayan veya üzerinde karbon maliyeti, karbon fiyatlaması baskısını hisseden sektörlerin, işletmelerin Avrupa Birliği coğrafyası dışına çıkması tehdidiyle karşı karşıyalar. Karbon sızıntısı, karbon leakage problemi deniyor. Böylece de bu karbon sızıntısı taşıyan sektörlere 52 ürün için referans değerleri belirlendi. Bu referans değerlerine bağlı olarak da ton başına havaya salınan karbondioksit eş değeri sera gazı büyüklüğü hesaplanacak ve bunların içinde doğrudan bilgi elimizde yoksa Avrupa Birliği içinde en kirletici %10 üreticilerin ortalaması bu veri olarak kullanılacak ve bu ülkeler bu söz konusu ürünler için bir karbon fiyatlamasına tabi olacak. Bu fiyatlamanın ağırlığı da içerdikleri Avrupa Birliği'nin ithalatında içerdikleri karbon dioksit eşdeğeri sera gazı bakımından ton başına ürün için hesaplanıp veya hesaplanamadığı durumlarda da bu en kirletici %10 üreticinin ortalaması devralınıp bir vergilendirmeye tabi tutulacak. Buna sınırda karbon uyarlaması mekanizması deniyor. Sınırda karbon uyarlaması mekanizması 2023-2025 arasında bir pilot tasarım olarak sadece bildirim düzeyinde, 2026'dan sonra da doğrudan emisyonların vergilenmesi biçiminde aktif olarak devreye girecek diye anlıyoruz. Şimdi Türkiye'nin karbon emisyonu karnesine bakacak olursak toplam sera gazı emisyonlarımızın 1990 ve 2019 arasında %130 arttığını ve 506 milyon tona ulaştığını görüyoruz. Kişi başına düşen sera gazları ise 2,8 tondan 6,1 tona yükselmiş durumda. Yani Türkiye emisyonları çok hızlı artan bir ekonomi olarak dünya ekonomisinde göze batıyor. Materyal ayak izi sadece karbon emisyonu değil, doğrudan doğruya kullanılan materyaller olarak metrekare cinsinden bir büyüklük bu. Eğer burada OECD'nin verilerinden aldığım hesaplara göre dünyamızdaki her insan bir Türk vatandaşı gibi yaşıyor olsaydı, sağda aşağıda bir dünyanın büyüklüğünü küçük bir yuvarlak olarak aldık. Eğer biz Türkiye vatandaşı olarak bütün 8 milyar insan aynı biçimde ortalama olarak tüketim ve üretim yapıyor olsaydık, dünyamızın kaynaklarını aşan, kabaca %10 düzeyinde aşan bir konumda olurduk. Materyal ayak izi tahmin ettiğiniz üzere petrol zengini Arap ülkelerinde Katar başta olmak üzere ve sanayileşmiş, gelişmiş ülkeler, mavi ülkeler de olmak üzere gezegenimizin kaynaklarının defalarca üstünde bir ayak izini empoze etmiş durumda. Türkiye'de bu desende gezegenimizin ortalama kaynaklarının üstünde bir üretim ve tüketim desenine sahip bir ekonomi olarak biliniyor. Türkiye'nin Avrupa Birliği içini doğrudan karşılaştırmasına bakarsak, örneğin bu 500 milyon tonluk sera gazı emisyonu içerisinde kabaca 1/3 paya sahip olan elektrik sektörü, elektrik sektörünün sera gazı yoğunluğu, elektrik sektörünün katma değerini avro cinsinden kurguladığımız vakit, Türkiye'nin 2017 ve 2018'deki en son elimizdeki veriler 16,5 ve 17,5 kilogram her bir avroluk elektrik katma değeri başına yaratılan sera gazı yoğunluğu olarak Avrupa Birliği ortalamasının çok üstünde. Bize kömür yoğun olarak yakın duran Polonya'dan kabaca 3 kilo ve 4 kilo düzeyinde daha yüksek, Almanya'dan da neredeyse 3 misli daha yüksek bir sera gazı yoğunluğuna sahip bir ülke olarak biliniyor. Bütün bu veriler altında olası bir sınırda karbon düzenlemesi gelir ise 2023'te başlayarak önce tanıtım düzeyinde, 2026'dan sonra da bir efektif olarak bir kullanım düzeyinde Türkiye eğer hiçbir şekilde bir tedbir almaz, karbonu kendi ülkesinde fiyatlamaz ve bunun neticesinde de Avrupa Birliği ülkelerinden gelecek olan sınırda karbon düzenlemesi vergisine tabi olursa nasıl bir gelecek Türkiye'yi bekliyor? Bunun için genel bir çalışma yaptık. Bir makroekonomik genel denge analizimiz var. Bunu daha evvel TÜSİAD için yaptığımız bir projenin bulgularına dayalı. Daha sonra bunu kendi bağımsız çalışmalarımızla geliştirdik. ODTÜ'den Ebru Voyvoda, İstanbul Teknik Üniversitesi'nden Ahmet Aşıcı, Boğaziçi Üniversitesi'nden Sevil Acar ve bağımsız çalışma arkadaşımız Bengüsü Özenç ile kurguladığımız geniş tabanlı bir makroekonomik analiz içerisinde böyle bir soruya baktık ve bu modeli de şu anda daha geliştirme aşamasındayız. Şimdi bu modelin geri planında 24 tane ana sektör grubumuz var. Bu 24 sektör grubuna elimizdeki en son 2018-2019'a ait verilerden hareketle 2018'i biraz daha normal bir yıl olarak değerlendiriyoruz. Covid krizinin daha henüz Türkiye'yi ve dünya ekonomisine vurmadığı bir dönem. Sektörlerin, elimizdeki bu 24 sektörün yarattığı doğrudan ve dolaylı karbon emisyonu 450 milyon ton olarak TÜİK verileri bize veriliyor. Bu 450 milyon tona 69 milyon ton düzeyindeki hane halkları atıkları da ilave edildiği vakit 2018'in toplam rakamı 520 milyon tona ulaşıyoruz. Bu sektörler içerisinde dediğimiz gibi elektrik sektörü %30'luk kabaca bir payla 154 milyon tonluk bir paya sahip. Ulaştırma sektörü 81 milyon tonla gene büyük kirleticilerden. Tarım sektöründe tarımsal prosesler, özellikle metan, sera gazlarından bahsediyoruz. 74 milyon tonluk bir büyüklük. Çimento sektörü 75 milyon tonluk bir büyüklük. İle sektörler arasında ön plana çıkan kirletici sektörler olarak kendilerini gösteriyorlar. Şimdi buradan hareketle 2020 ve 2030 arasında ve Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı hiçbir ilan edilmemiş olsaydı ve geçtiğimiz hafta itibariyle daha henüz bir bilinmeyen idi bu modeli çalıştırdığımız var. Paris Sözleşmesi'ni daha henüz imzalamamış olsaydık böyle bir bas patikaya altında fiyatı 30 dolardan kurgulanmış bir sınırda karbon düzenlemesi veya şu anda yaklaşık 50 avroya yükselmiş olan sınırda karbon düzenlemesi fiyatı 50 avro söz konusu olsaydı Türkiye'yi nasıl bir gelecek bekliyor idi? Buna baktık. Gayri safi yurt içi hasılamız 2018 fiyatlarıyla daha dün açıklanan IMF'nin %3.3'lük büyüme patikasına çok yakın bir ortalama. Covid krizi 2019 ve 2020'ye yedirilmiş ama bütün 10 yıllık zaman ufkuna açılmış bir tarihsel gelişim patikası bize şu anda 2018 sabit fiyatlarıyla reel olarak 5.3 trilyon Türk liralık bir ekonomi olacak idi. Bunun büyümesi kabaca %3,5'a geliyor. Hem orta vadeli planın hedefleri 2024'e kadar olan hedeflerin uzantısı hem de IMF'nin Türkiye için biçtiği kabaca desene çok uygun olarak ortalama potansiyel büyüme hızımızın %3,5 alındığı bir ekonomi bu. Buraya Türkiye'nin Avrupa'ya ihracatı kabaca toplam ihracatımızın %45'i. Bunun içinde sınırda karbon düzenlemesine tabi olacak olan sektörler geniş bir perspektif içinde bütün kapsam 1, kapsam 2 ve kapsam 3 diye adlandırdığımız bütün sektörlere taşısa ve karbon fiyatlamasına 30 avroluk bir değer biçiliyor olsa Türkiye'nin büyüme patikası içerisinde kabaca %0.7'lik bir kayıba, eğer aynı hesap %50 avroluk bir karbon fiyatlamasıyla söz konusu olursa da %1'in üzerinde bir gayri safi yurt içi hasıla, ihracatımızın pahalılaşması, bu karbon vergisinin doğrudan doğruya Avrupa Birliği'ne ödeniyor olması ve dolayısıyla ticaret hadlerinin ihracatımız aleyhine dönmesi sonucunda bir kayıp yaşayacağımızı anlıyoruz. Şimdi bu tehdidi fırsata çevirelim. Nasıl bir fırsata çevirelim diye düşünüyoruz. Bunun için de 2015'te yakın geçmişte 2 hafta evvel meclisten onayladığımız üzere Paris protokolüne taahhüdümüz baz patikaya görece %21 bir azaltım. Biz burada kendi baz patikamızı kullanıyoruz. Biraz evvel gördüğünüz baz patikayı. Ve karbonun Türkiye için de fiyatlanıp bir karbon kotasına tabi olan bir karbon fiyatlaması sistemi içerisinde bir karbon ticaret sistemi içinde kısıtlandığı, elde edilen karbon permi gelirlerini de bunlar kıtlık rantlarına tabi olduğu için bir rant geliri üretici şirket bilançolarına geri dağıtılmak üzere topluyoruz. Bu Avrupa karbon ticaret sisteminde de bu mekanizma aynı bu şekilde çalışmaktadır. Ve kabaca bilgilerimizin %5'ine kadar da yeşil iklim fonlarından Türkiye'nin yıllık bazda yararlanmaya başlayacağını düşünüyoruz. Ve enerji verimliliğinde de bütün bu dönüşümün 2021'den sonra da yıllık %1 yılında bir artış bu dönüşüm neticesinde söz konusu olabileceğini düşünüyoruz. Buna Avrupa Birliği, Avrupa Yeşil Mutabakatı, Yeşil Senaryo adını verdi. Böyle bir senaryo bizi bu yeşil tireli çizgi milli gelirimize oran olarak kabaca %1,5'luk bir fazlalık, yeni bir kazanım olacağını gösteriyor. Yani bu tehdidi sınırda karbon düzenlemesinin bilinçli, stratejik bir yeşil ekonomi yatırım çerçevesi dahilinde yenilebilir enerjiye, fosil yakıtlardan yenilebilire dönüştürülmüş bir enerji deseni, sanayi deseniyle 2030'a kadar çok anlamlı kazanımlar elde edebileceğimizi gösteriyor. Tabii bunun için 2030'daki bu zaman ufkunu 2050 ve sonrasında net sıfır emisyonu hedefiyle uyumlaştıracak yepyeni tasarımlara ihtiyacımız var. Şu andaki mevcut çalışmamızda çalışma arkadaşlarımla beraber bu amaca yönelik olarak devam ediyor. Burada resimde gördüğünüz üzere artıştan bir azaltım, %21'lik bir azaltım var. Ben size Türkiye'nin resmi katkı beyanı, ulusal beyan altındaki sera gazı emisyon patikasını bir kere daha hatırlatmak isterim. Resmi ulusal beyanımız 2015'te hazırlandığı vakit, 2015'te kabaca 450 milyon ton olan karbon emisyonu patikamızın, sera gazı patikamızın 1175'e çıkacağını ve oradan da %21 azaltımla 930 milyon tona düşeceğini öngörmekteydi. Biz biraz daha sert varsayımlar yapıyoruz. Bizim kendi baz patikamız altında 2030'da 1175 değil, normal şartlarda 608 milyon tonluk bir emisyon söz konusu olacağı öngörüyoruz. Şu anda 500 milyon ton. Dolayısıyla bizimki daha gerçekçi bir patika olarak gözüküyor. Ve buradan da %21 azaltım Türkiye'yi artık artıştan azaltım değil, gerçek anlamda bir zirve noktasına 2030 civarında ulaşacağını, buradan da net sıfır emisyon, yani 2050'li yıllara net sıfır emisyon yolunda anlamlı tedbirler atılabileceğini öngörüyoruz. Sonuç olarak Türkiye'de Avrupa Yeşil Düzeni bir risk olduğu kadar sürdürülebilir kalkınmayı hedefleyen bir dönüşümün aracı olarak, yepyeni bir fırsat olarak değerlendirebileceği görüşündeyiz. Unsurları siyasi irade ve kararlılıkla saptanmış bir stratejik dönüşüm çerçevesinde emisyonun azaltımını, elde edilen yeşil fonların şirketlerin yeşil dönüşümünü sağlamak amacıyla kullanılmasını ve yenilenebilir enerji ile enerji verimliliğini merkeze alan, yurt dışından da bir yeşil finans ile mütevazi boyutta milli gelirimizin %5'i kabaca %3,5, %4 düzeyinde bir cari işlemler açığını yaşayan bir Türkiye ekonomisinde bu %5'lik, %0,5'lik bir yeşil iklim fonlarına erişimin biz makul düzeyde ve gerçekçi olduğu düşüncesindeyiz. Bu sayede gerek milli gelirde gerekse sera gazı emisyonlarında anlamlı iyileştirmelerin sağlanabileceğini öngörüyoruz. Yeşil ekonomik dönüşüm, emisyon azaltım hedeflerinin ulusal ekonomide üretim ve istihdamın artırılarak sağlanabileceğini bize gösteriyor. Türkiye'nin sürdürülebilir kalkınma stratejisi arayışlarında da önemli bir alternatif sunacağını bize sunuyor. Değerli konuklar, değerli izleyiciler, değerli meslektaşlarım, benim sunumum burada kısa bir sürede beraber olduk.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Yorumlarınız, gözlemleriniz, görüşleriniz için sizlerden bir elektronik posta mesafesindeyim. Bunları benimle paylaşmanızdan çok büyük onur ve gurur duyacağım. Bu çalışmada benimle beraber olan arkadaşlarım
Sayın Hocam çok teşekkür
Ahmet
ediyoruz.
Aşıcı, Sevile Acar, Ebru Boyva'ya da ayrıca teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinizi dostça selamlıyorum.
Sayın Hocam çok teşekkürler. Çok teşekkürler. We'd like to thank Professor Dr. Erin Sheldon of Kadir Has University for his speech. Now we are starting our panel session, The Role of Entrepreneurship in Development. Our moderator is Dr. Begüm Şahin of OSTİM Technical University. I would like to introduce you. I would like to take you to the floor, please, to the podium. Our speakers are Professor Dr. Emine Nur Günay, Member of Parliament, Grand National Assembly of Turkey. Please, I would like to invite you to the podium. And we have two online guests, Professor Dr. Serdar Temel from Ege University and Professor Dr. Mehmet Serkan Tosun from University of Nevada, United States. Can you hear me online, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you perfectly.
Great. Thank you.
And Ms. Begüm Şahin, the floor is yours. Of course.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone, especially our classes here, I think, right? Okay, great. So today, I'm the moderator of the panel session 8, and this is again very important session that we are going to talk about really crucial and at the same time popular issues as entrepreneurship. I hope one day you are all going to be a successful entrepreneur. So today I have really precious guests. They are one of them is here with us. I'm so glad and thankful that she has reached our university. And the other guests, one of them is from Ege University, and the other participant is from US, United States of America. So, yes, first of all, I would like to start. First of all, I want to say welcome to Professor Dr. Emine Nur Günay. Welcome. And Professor Serdar Temel, do you hear me, Serdar Hocam?
Yes, I hear you quite well. Thank you very much, Hocam.
Welcome.
I'll be listening here.
Welcome. And Professor Mehmet Serkan Tosun, he is going to participate from Nevada, US. He is online right now, or I think in 15 minutes he is going to be online. So we are going to wait for a while after to speech. So first of all, yes, Professor Dr. Emine Nur Günay is going to have a speech on innovation and competition for inclusive growth in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. But first, I would like to give a brief information about her. She's a professor of economics, and prior to her political career, taught at Boğaziçi University between 1995 and 2015. And now currently she's a member of parliament representing the city of Eskişehir. And additionally, she was the founder director of the Center for Innovation and Competition-Based Development Studies at Boğaziçi University. And I'm also so glad that I have the chance to be one of the students of professor in Boğaziçi University. Her area of research is industry efficiency studies and financial institutions with a special focus on emerging markets. Her current research focuses on innovation and knowledge-based economy, sustainable development. So yes, Professor, this is your turn. Thank you so much. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You can use.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Let me say, yes, Dr. Begüm was a student of mine now. She's my colleague, and I'm very proud of her. So hopefully you will become colleagues of her coming years, who knows. So today, I would like to talk about the global economic outlook during the pandemic. And then we are going to talk about the challenges ahead and, of course, how can we find an exit through the pandemic. Of course, my answer is innovation and inclusive growth. So today I would like to talk about these two main concepts. And then we will also look at how countries rank globally. So we will see the correlation between competitiveness and innovation and entrepreneurship. And let me indicate at the beginning of this speech, please, yes, entrepreneurship is very important, but now we have a new concept, innovative entrepreneurship. So that will make a difference. So keep this in mind, please. So, of course, we would like to answer this question. How can policymakers boost long-term sustainable growth in the post-COVID-19 global economy? I'm not going to talk about in detail the impact of COVID-19. We lost so many human lives. Our education system, our health system, our economies, they are all affected. So, but the most important thing is that while the impact of the pandemic will vary from country to country, it will most likely increase poverty and inequalities at the global scale. But some regions and some countries are suffering more. So how can we avoid these economic and social damages? What type of impacts are we talking about? Yes, we lost so many human lives throughout the world. Vaccination rollout. Some countries have access to vaccination, but some countries, especially the least developed countries, they do not have access to the vaccination. It is an important issue right now. Economic growth, unemployment, human development, poverty, debt, investment, trade, manufacturing, commodity prices, stock prices of technology companies, SMEs. If you are interested in entrepreneurship, you will become a micro enterprise or SME. So, greenhouse emissions. Let's look at the global outlook in terms of GDP. See, this is 2008. It is the financial crisis throughout the world. See the recession, downturn of the GDP, but now because of the pandemic, it is a deeper recession. So we are dealing a crisis which is deeper than the financial crisis. And you are all aware that how the financial crisis of 2008 has affected the whole world. So, sorry, I may not be so optimistic, but there is an exit throughout this pandemic crisis too. And GDP growth, world, as you see, this is 2020, this is 2019, and we are expecting a growth in most of the regions and countries in 2021, but as you see, it's gonna be a little bit lower, according to the Euro Monetary International, a little bit lower in 2022. So again, there is not a pink picture here. What about the labor, unemployment? Unemployment had increased by 8.8% during the pandemic, which is equivalent to 255 million unemployed people. It is a huge problem throughout the world, as well as in Turkey, of course. So there are some scenarios, baseline, pessimistic, optimistic, but again, GDP is going down, GDP per capita, so the purchasing power of people are going down, and there is a huge unemployment. But if we again compare the crisis of 2008 and pandemic crisis, we see that this unemployment rate is 4 times higher than the previous one. Again, we are facing a deeper crisis. Human Development Index. It was introduced in 1990, and for the first time since it was introduced, it is negative. Actually, there was improvement in the Human Development Index, which is very important for us. I'm sure you are all familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. So it is one component of this. Now, again, in this indicator also shows us that there is a decline. And poverty. Because of the pandemic crisis, people have lower income, they do not have enough purchasing power, malnutrition started at some level of income groups. So again, we see an increase in the extreme poverty. Again, it's another component of SDG goals. What about international investment? International investment is going down. Of course, if you look at the, again, subsectors, infrastructure has affected by 60%. Food and agriculture has affected more than 40%. Renewable energy, health, and it goes on like this. So there is a decline in investment in many sectors. What about trade? If the life stops, of course, trade stops. And let's look at the trade in terms of merchandise trade and services trade. See, this is the decline during the financial crisis of 2008, and this is the pandemic crisis. And we see that global trade has also declined. And services, of course, services industry was affected because of the tourism. Nobody traveled around the world during the pandemic, so it is still below the baseline. Transportation. This is the shipping, and as you see, this is 2019 and 2020. See the impact of pandemic in shipping. And the flight traveler number. Travelers are, of course, because of the pandemic, because of the restrictions in many countries, they couldn't travel. And see, if you compare 2019 with 2020, we can see the net impact. Manufacturing. This is the, again, decline in manufacturing industry, and during the 2008 financial crisis, and it is almost closed, the impact on manufacturing industry. And commodity prices, you are all aware of that. The commodity prices are increasing, and we are also affected in Turkey too. And mostly SMEs are affected. See, this gray bar shows the impact of SMEs compared to medium-sized firms and large firms. Again, SMEs are the most affected group. Greenhouse emissions, maybe one upside factor of this pandemic, the greenhouse gas emissions has declined, but it's not forever. So we have to be very careful. So what can we do? Especially in many countries, but in low-income countries, we see poverty is increasing, and we also talk about food insecurity and long-standing challenges. What type of challenges do we have? We still have lower investment in many sectors, and erosion of human capital through the lost work and schooling. The working styles are different right now. So the world is entering a new era after the pandemic. And fragmentation of global trade and supply linkages. Challenges ahead, I'm not going to go into detail. How many minutes do I have? Almost done? 5 minutes, okay. So these are the projections for the regions and some countries. So as I said before, yes, we are experiencing a moderate growth, but not as much as we expect. And unemployment and GDP. It is negative in most of the countries and regions, including Turkey, except GDP. Unemployment rate is high. Input prices are going up, shipping, metals, minerals, food, and oil. So it also affects the inflation. Again, inflation is another problem in Turkey. It is a structural problem for us, like throughout the world right now. And as a result of this, during the pandemic, we see that competition is declining. And here, these are the emerging markets. So comparatively, we are, as an emerging market, or most of the emerging markets are in a better situation. So how can we avoid long-term damage to potential output and productivity growth? The answer is inclusive growth. Have you heard this before? Inclusive growth? It is very important. In the academic literature, we have been talking about this for a long period of time, but with the pandemic, inclusive growth will be the main issue for all countries. What is that? Growth that not only creates new economic opportunities, but also one that ensures equal access to the opportunities created for all segments of society, particularly for the poor. So from now on, we are not just looking at the economic growth in GDP. We will have to look at other components like economic, social, environmental, and institutional dimensions. And there are some components. I'm going to skip this. So why we are talking about innovation or innovative entrepreneurship? Because it secures a sustainable competitive advantage for the firm and the country, fast reaction to changing conditions, they have very flexible models, market growth and differentiation, which is very important in the wake of pandemic, development of new markets and target groups, efficiency increase and cost reduction in the company, and added value for the society. So why it is so important? Innovation is the engine of companies as well as the economy. So just to see the correlation between innovation and competitiveness and entrepreneurship. This is the year 2016. This is the Global Competitiveness Index. Look at the ranking, the top 10 countries, Switzerland, Singapore, United States. This is the 10th one. Look at the score and look at the innovation index. You can see a huge correlation between these two indices. Actually, there are lots of empirical studies supporting this evidence, but since we do not have time, I'm not going to go into academic literature. So innovation is very important for competitiveness of a country, or innovation is very important for a company. Let's look at the Global Entrepreneurship Index. As you see, again, there is correlation, but there are a couple of more countries here in the ranking. Let's look at 2017. Again, almost the same countries. Again, in the competitiveness index, they ranked top 10. And look at the innovation index. And again, the entrepreneurship index. And to 2019, let's go this. See the rankings, almost the same. And again, we see the impact of entrepreneurship as well as innovation on the competitiveness of a country. So what are we gonna do? We can easily see the correlation and the impact of innovation, innovative entrepreneurship on the competitiveness of a country. So are we going to open up to the global markets or become inner-looking? Definitely, we are going to open up to global markets. As Turkey, we have policies to boost the innovative entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem, and hopefully the way out from this pandemic is to concentrate, focus on knowledge-based economy, which is innovation, R&D, and then establish new facilities related to entrepreneurship and innovative entrepreneurship. So produce high value added outputs and export them. So this is the way out from pandemic. So that's why the innovation and competitiveness are very important. It also will provide a background for inclusive growth, which we'll be talking about a lot throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Günay. It was really very informative and important presentation. Professor Günay has informed us the importance of innovative entrepreneurship. So hope you are, as a candidate of entrepreneur, you have to be focused on innovation, maybe more than today. Thank you so much. And do you have any question? Any question? So I just want to ask and mention again that, Professor, you have informed, especially because of the effect of pandemic, COVID-19, and those challenges that lack of competition and inflation rising. As an emerging country, as Turkey, which one we can say maybe the most risky one, or in near forecast, which challenges? We know that inflation is rising, but especially for Turkey, what can we say? A few sentences maybe.
So I provided the global outlook, first of all. So every country is suffering from the same problems, as I mentioned: unemployment, declining GDP, blah, blah. Turkey also is also suffering, but Turkey has also some structural problems, like inflation, like high food prices, and another structural problem is the current account deficit in Turkey. So we have to focus for macroeconomic balances, for lowering the inflation. And in order to lower the inflation, especially which comes from the energy prices, again, as I showed you before, now the oil prices, energy prices are going up. It is affecting Turkey in a negative way. And food prices, like everywhere in the world. But Turkey has to solve these high energy prices and high food prices, first of all, in order to tackle with the inflation problem. Yes. And then the current account deficit. If we lower the inflation, hopefully we will have a more stable parity and we can deal with the rest. And the way out, for example, for the current account deficit, we have to, our exports are increasing, but the problem is that our production, GDP or exports are dependent on the imported inputs. So that is another structural problem. So we have to solve this. And then how are we going to do that? We will focus on innovative entrepreneurship. We will concentrate on high value added production, and then we will export these high value added production. This is the way out for Turkey.
Yes, thank you so much. Again, it was very valuable for us for your presentation. So my second guest, Professor Serdar Temel, he is joining us from İzmir. Welcome, Serdar Hocam.
Thank you very much, Begüm Hocam. Thank you very much, and my regards to Emine Hocam as well.
So a few brief information about you, if you don't mind, I would like to give. So, Dr. Temel is an associate professor in economics in Ege University. He has been working as a researcher at Ege University Science Technology Center since 2000, and he's responsible for university industry cooperation, technology transfer, R&D, and innovation projects. He's appointed as the acting director of Ege University Ebiltem TTO till 2018. Besides working as the director of TTO, he's currently the head of innovation and entrepreneurship department at Ege University and visiting associate professor at Southampton University Business School. Now we are going to listen to him about the issue of development of new technologies and academic entrepreneurship. Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much, Begüm Hocam, and for inviting me. I would be very happy to be there with you, but this time it wasn't possible. Anyway, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see.
Great. This is perfect. I guess it's better to move. Yes. No. Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'll be very happy to provide you just where Emine Hocam left about entrepreneurship, value-added, high-value-added innovation and entrepreneurship activities. As Begüm Hocam just introduced me, I'm academics and doing research last 20 years and providing consultancy services to the industry for high-value-added goods and services. Here, what I'm just bringing attention to the role of universities to develop a new technology and new product and high-value-added services, because Turkey has a huge young capable researchers as well as entrepreneurs. So we as a country should use those resources more efficiently as universities and research centers and laboratories to develop high-value-added goods and services. There are a couple of ways, but I just want to bring the two issues. One is, as a researcher, what we can do a research. We do a research. Lots of colleagues are doing research. But what we can do from those research, what we can target in this research, we can do our best to get invention. Okay, we do the research for pure research, which is perfect. We have to do it. No problem with that. However, some of the researchers, even the more is the better. If they can focus on invention or know-how that we can get something out of our project, which initially go to the private sectors of the company, that could really be one of the engine of the growth in the countries and regions and institutions. Therefore, the invention is very crucial things that for the research that they've been doing in the universities. And for those research, if they can lead to commercialization, this is one of the contributions of universities and researchers ourselves can really add value to the economic growth and social value. So this has been neglected for a long time, but now due to many political policy changes and regulation, as well as some push from the government side, this is more hot topic that we have been discussing. It has been a very long time in the US, in Europe, but now this is the good time. All the young researchers, as well as all researchers and newly graduated people can really do this. So this is an option for the university to contribute to the economic growth. Secondly, collaborative research. This is something we have industrial strength in the country. Many companies want to develop new technologies, new goods and services. I believe that in your university, OSTİM, there are lots of companies there want to increase their competitiveness via innovation and R&D. So we and universities can really target the problems of the companies are facing in addition to our pure research. If we can contribute to solve their problem, this is one of the other ways that universities can solve companies' problem, help them to grow better. So, and I'm sure that we agree that universities can play more than those two, but these are the two items we have to keep in mind, because we have different roles in the society. Big startups, small firms, don't have many capital. They don't have capacity to like a manufacturing, like a distribution or marketing, because needs huge capital investments. On the other hand, large companies, they do have strengths like a production, manufacturing, and distribution. So they have kind of the right roles that it has been accepted in many parties. So large companies can cooperate with the small startups as well as universities for what? For research, for the development, for to increase the TRL level of the technologies. And in this side, universities in Turkey and research center and academics and researchers, we can really play a crucial role to increase the ideation until the market of our invention and the goods and services. However, the question comes to, in our mind, is it easy to collaborate with companies or universities? Because I'm a researcher, I'm working at the university doing my research, but when I go to the companies, it's easy to communicate with them. Oh, what type of companies that are easy to communicate and collaborate with industry? This is one of my articles we published in 3 years ago. It says that based on the data set that we collected from Turkey, leadership and nurturing human capital is crucial for the companies. If the leadership in the company is really strong and very good and very transformative, it's easy for them to communicate with the, not just communicate, collaborate with users and create high value goods and services. And nurturing human capital. If that companies, they have the engineers and high capability of human resources, then they are more successful to collaborate with universities. What does that mean, collaboration with universities? Creating a new technology, developing high-value goods and services. These are very important things. However, what is the condition in Turkey? Here is again the outcomes from Turkey. This is from one of my our article with the quotes. Here, I just want to take your attention is the last two columns here, universities or other higher education institution and government and public research institution. Our companies in Turkey, they really don't collaborate with universities or don't, but I mean, less collaborating with research institutions and universities. Based on our university strength, infrastructures, human capital, and also on the other side, many companies, infrastructures, R&D centers, design centers, etc. But the collaboration with universities and research centers is very low. So we have to increase that. But here, I know there are lots of stories about this, success stories, universities or researchers, success stories to be an academic entrepreneur that Emine Hocam just mentioned. This is very important for us. I'll share a case study with you. The big company Soranus. This is one of the company that established in Ege University's Technopark, Science Park, with the two academics, myself and my colleagues from Medical School of Ege University. And the aim was to provide solutions for pelvic floor diseases. To a person who don't know anything about this one, this is mainly female disease that around the world 421 million people faces some challenges about that based on 2021 indicators. So millions of women face a problem, the pelvic floor diseases. But there is no concrete solutions. Current available solutions has a side effect which causes the death in the womb. And therefore, we decided to solve this problem. Two academics came together, developed an idea, and created a company, the Soranus. Altogether, this is our inventors and the CEO of the company and the partners, and these are our engineers and the marketing people. Idea was help the people to control their urine leakage, as well as for the people elderly after age of 40, every 4 people, one of them has a urine leakage problem in a different ways. There are no solution for the time being, concrete solutions, permanent solution in the world. So Ege University, two academics came together to solve this problem in our infrastructures and technology and all our capacity. So what we have done since 2018, two researchers has nothing, no financial support, but we have some dedications. We have a target. We said we want to solve this problem. First, we approached the COSGAP, said, look, there is a problem. There's a huge problem. And we have an idea. And we are asking for money around X amount of money. And said, okay, this is a good idea. We can give you only this amount of money. Okay, give that money to us. Two researchers, we came together, sit together, and finalized our first early prototype. Okay, this is a prototype, which we want to create in the market in a couple of 4 or 5 years. And then we had another project in Science and Technology, Science Park. We self-financed this. In 2020, we improved our first project. I said, okay, this is a TRL level, is a 4, 5, but we have to increase that to make ready to the market. And we went to European Commission, said, look, we have a brilliant idea, disruptive innovation. There are lots of people who facing these challenges, but we need money. We applied the EIC fund and we tried. We are this Soros company are the first company who in the medical sector got this fund from the European Commission, and we access the fund and we improve our technology and solution. So we still try to improve the new projects. And again, we went to COSGAP for the other projects. And one of the projects that we licensed here, we developed with our funds, self-financed devices. We licensed it to the biggest medical company in Turkey with the help of TÜBİTAK. And then we have another project. So in 3 years, we have developed 4 patented products, and we got the CE certification and FDA approval. FDA approval almost done, not yet, but that's in a few days or months, maybe 1 month, we will have it, and 1 licensing agreement. So 2 academics came together and created its own team and developed idea and put
I think there is a problem with connection. He is not available, I think. So we should reconnect to Dr. Temel. So I should move.
Sorry, I'm sorry
okay.
that. Did you hear my last slides or presentation? Is there any missing parts?
Okay.
Sorry,
Dr.
technical problem, I guess.
I think we have one more slide, or you have finished already?
No, I have finished my last slides, but I had some connection problem with the last slides. But I whether you have any questions with that.
Okay, so you already done, I think. We finished your presentation, or you would like to continue?
No, I'm fine. If you have any questions, please. I don't know which slide was the last one you saw, it because I couldn't understand from here as a slide. But I don't know if you hear properly my presentation.
Okay. So, okay, we follow you. I think you have also already ended. And
Great.
any question to Dr. Temel? Any question? Yes, please. Just a second. Microphone can be available for you. Just a second. I had a question to Dr. Temel, but you are first. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Nice presentation. My question is related to the regression results. The negative coefficient of the firm age. How would you explain the negative coefficient of the firm age in the regression output that you had?
Is it to me, because I couldn't hear Begüm Hocam?
So maybe a little bit.
I will repeat once more my question. Okay, my question is related to the regression output that you had, the regression results.
So you can hear, Dr.
You
Temel?
can open once more your presentation. At the slide then is displayed the regression model, results.
The question is related with regression outputs. So the negative effect of
firm age on the
firm
cooperation.
age
Yes,
on the cooperation.
Firm age, yes.
So how can you?
In all three sectors, it was negative. For that reason, I would like an explanation. How would you explain it? Because as firm gets older, it means that they cooperate less with the business sector and other sectors that were presented.
Okay.
So that's interesting result.
Okay, so the firm age, the firm is getting older. So you say that the collaboration with business and
sector is
sector
lower
be
because the coefficient was negative coefficient.
Coefficient was negative. So the question is clear?
Even it was highly significant, as I noticed. Highly statistically significant coefficient.
And there is a high signification.
The slide collaboration with universities. Slide number 4.
We can't hear. Serdal Hocam, your microphone is on mute, I think. We can't hear.
Okay, for the now slides 4, can you repeat me, Begüm Hocam, because it sounds from very behind. I can't really understand the question.
Okay, our guest is asking the negative
slide
effect
number 4.
In slide number 4. The negative effect related with firm age and business.
I just hear what we need to focus, that leadership and well-trained human capital. That is the positive relationship. On the leadership and well-trained, that's I tried to paint, but I think it was not very clear. It is what I tried to explain there. If a company has a good leadership and well-trained human capital, they has a positive collaboration, better outcome with the universities. Unless that's create a problem or not desired outcome, the collaboration between two sides. And in my list, it's a positive, not really negative collaboration. But if my colleague Soru Hocam or who's a person, I can send the full paper, so that may be very easy to understand the question. Otherwise, we can also communicate via email to explain the results.
Okay, I'm going to get in touch with to.
I will be very happy to get in touch and share the paper.
Yeah,
and
sure, sure. Okay, Serdar Hocam, I have a short question, in fact, because we don't have time. And maybe
yes,
as I'm the head of international trade department, I just asked, do you have a plan to internationalization of your product? Is it ready for export?
Yes, well, actually, we are, as mentioned, waiting to FDA approval. We will have it very soon. So our target is early next year that we want to launch the product in the market if everything goes well.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Temel. It was
thank you very much
really
for having me here.
A good success story of yours.
Thank
you for your participation. Okay, now we are going to continue with our last guest, Professor Dr. Mehmet Serkan Tosun. So, yes, welcome, Serkan Hocam. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sure, it's okay. So we are so happy that you are joining us from Nevada, US. And we know it's a little bit late there, so thank you again. We are so glad that very late time of night you are together with us. So a few words for your from your short bio I would like to share with my participants. Professor Tosun is a distinguished professor of Nevada tax policy at the University of Nevada, Reno. He is also professor of economics and director of international business program and Özben Center of Entrepreneurship in the College of Business is in Barbara Smith Campbell. His research interests and expertise include public finance, economics of population and demography, regional economics, and economic growth. He is also consulting for the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, and United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, United Nations Development Fund for Women, and the United States and local governments and the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. Now we are going to listen to him about the entrepreneurship centers and research labs in business and economics. Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shahin. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to express my thanks to the OSTİM University for inviting me to this wonderful conference. So it's a pleasure to be here, at least like virtually, and of course I wish that I were there in person. And just to let you know, I'm actually originally from Ankara, so of course Ankara has a special place in me. So I wish I were there. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my presentation. So just give me a second here. So can you see my presentation okay?
Yes, it is okay. We see it.
Okay, great. Just a second. Okay, so again, thank you. It's a pleasure to present about this topic. So I'll also be talking about entrepreneurship and the role of entrepreneurship in development, but from a little different angle. But in many ways, like it will be similar to Professor Temel's presentation right before me. So I'll be focusing specifically on entrepreneurship centers and use of labs in business and economics. But before I get to that, I think Professor Günay said it very nicely. So I really don't need to say many more things. But I'm just gonna mention, I guess, like a few additional things. I mean, we of course all know about the important role of entrepreneurship in economic development, right? So like that's something that has been researched well, and you can find many correlations and probably like important causations there. And I'll show you like one correlation from the U.S. that will, I believe, add to what Professor Günay said before. So why, of course, is entrepreneurship important? So there are many connections, but one I will emphasize here is knowledge creation. Because entrepreneurship is related to knowledge creation, right? So it's actually it's a two-way street. So you have entrepreneurship in a way emanating from created knowledge, right? So like ideas basically coming to fruition and then like turning into commercialization and then a business startup. But of course these ideas that are developed by entrepreneurs, they add to the knowledge, the existing knowledge. So it becomes kind of like this cumulative process. So we end up with these knowledge spillovers, and actually we can bring the issue of space here. Like there will be spatial spillovers. People being entrepreneurs being close to each other, will lead to more knowledge creation and will lead to more entrepreneurship. So you have this again, like this cluster effect, or this agglomeration effect, as we also call in economics, and educational institutions. So that's of course a very important part of the knowledge creation, and like in tying into entrepreneurship. So universities and other educational institutions are very important in that process. So you have research labs in STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and math, but also I guess a little bit neglected, the business and economics fields can also have labs, right? So and also adding to that the very important entrepreneurship centers that become a role of centralized locations for bringing ideas to eventually to business startups. So then summarizing this one, so you can have this nice connection from entrepreneurship to business startups to innovation. And then the final thing that I want to add, and I want to show you this scatter plot in the next slide, healthy communities, right? So as they say, well, think globally but act locally. So everything happens locally. So local, communities, the health of those communities is very important, because that adds to the growth and welfare of those communities, and leading to, of course, growth and welfare in the nation, right? So this is the basic correlation based on a recent research that I'm working on. So the Census Bureau in the United States started releasing data on the community resilience. So they have these risk indicators for communities. Actually, they have some weighted average of 11 different risk factors that lead to this index, and you can actually use that to look at a variety of relationships. Well, I also study public finance, especially tax policy, so I have looked at taxation. But recently, I also looked at the relationship between the community resilience and innovative activity. And of course, one important indicator of innovation is number of patents. And you can look at, for those communities, patents per capita, number of patents granted per capita. So in this scatter plot, you see a fairly clear negative relationship between the level of risk in the community and the patents. So places that have high risk, tend to be low in terms of innovative activity, like the low number of patents. Or you can say just the opposite. So the places that have higher resilience, so communities that are more resilient to, and you see the definition of the resilience on the left-hand side here, this ability to respond, to the changing conditions and disruptions and conflicts and of course we can add the pandemic, you know, the COVID-19 pandemic recently. So the places that are more resilient actually tend to have a higher number of patents per capita, so more innovative. So of course, I'm not saying anything about the causality here. So, you know, we cannot say maybe for sure whether it is, you know, that high level of innovation that is creating the resilience in the communities, or the high, you know, resilient or like, you know, community resilience is bringing, you know, more innovation. So it is either one of those. But that relationship is important, right? So, and again, this is adding to the arguments made by Professor Günay in the first presentation about the entrepreneurship, the innovation to economic outcomes. So now, you know, with that introduction, I want to bring your attention to the importance of labs in economics. Like research labs, again, not just specific to STEM fields. It can also happen, and it adds very nicely to you know, our fields in business and economics. I'm an economist by training, and I'm in an economics department, but I'm also in the College of Business, and I see many other departments and fields within business, and they all have interest and contribution, like, you know, to these labs in one way or another. So labs are, of course, very important for both faculty and students. So you bring faculty and students together in these projects. Usually these are more applied projects. Students receive the guidance from the faculty. They also get, you know, career advice, so it is great for students. And of course, faculty get a lot of benefit through research assistance, and then, like, you know, working jointly on papers, and well, you know, of course, we can add to that the eventually maybe involving students in business startups. And the students at the end learn critical thinking skills, problem solving, data analysis. So they explore these areas that they really like to focus in the future in their career. So it is really important for students. And as I said, this is not just for science, engineering fields or health fields, but also for business and economics. Just to give an example, and I have a bigger list of places and a map coming up. There's as you know, like, there's a behavioral research in business and economics, and a lot of their research is happening in these labs, right? So like behavioral economics, experimental labs. We also have behavioral finance and behavioral public economics. These are relatively new fields, but there's a lot of research happening, and again, a lot of them are happening in lab environments. So here's a very short list of labs from the United States, but I want to especially bring your attention to this last part, because, like, there's this website that, you know, provides a bigger list of labs in economics, and you have in 27 countries, you know, 52 of them in the United States. So of course, like, US has a large number of these, and 75 in Europe. But of course, I'm sure, like, you know, this website is missing many more, you know, out there. But it was nice to at least, like, you know, have this collection of labs. And here is a Google map indicating the locations of those places with maps. And as you see, there's a presence in Turkey, in addition to, of course, like, big clusters in Europe and the United States.
Professor Tosun, time is up, so we have 2 minutes for you to sum up.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to wrap up very soon. So I can skip this part, which is about a new lab initiative that we started just about a year ago. Like, this was delayed due to the pandemic, but this is happening right now, and it is a virtual lab. And if you're interested, of course, please send me a note on this. So I'm not going to spend too much time on what we do, but it is really along those goals that I mentioned before. And you know, we are, of course, doing a variety of things, including a lecture series, webinars, policy briefs, and we have working groups, one being related to entrepreneurship. And here are some examples of our webinars jointly with the World Bank, and students involved in those projects. And these lectures, and I'll mention that in addition to having a lecture by the Federal Reserve Bank president in San Francisco, we're having a lecture actually on Friday, and you're all invited because this is open to public by John List, which is who is someone that people in behavioral economics know a lot, and he's expected to win the Nobel Prize, any year, but it didn't happen this year, unfortunately. So a final thing I want to mention is that I'm representing the OSTİM Center for Entrepreneurship. I recently became the director of this center, and in the center, as Professor Temel was talking about, we are really focusing on the academic side, academic entrepreneurship. So just to mention our vision, so we are, in the process of creating this environment that facilitate, entrepreneurship, especially for these three very important groups: the students, faculty members, and the people in our community, Northern Nevada community. So we have a student competition called Suntech competition that provides a great opportunity for students to come up with their business ideas and then bring it to a group of judges, and then the winner of that competition actually gets a $50,000 check to start up a business. So that's actually a pretty good amount in the United States to start up a business. So we focus on, of course, a lot of academic things such as entrepreneurship classes, but we also provide, workshops and provide networking events for students and faculty to, work on their business ideas. A final thing I'll mention here is, in case you're wondering whether these student entrepreneurship competitions work well, one, I'll say company, but it started with these two individuals who were MBA students. So they were actually part of that student competition in 2014. They actually didn't win it, but they were finalists in the competition. So in just about 6-7 years, their product was about energy. It was called Dragonfly Energy. So they were doing lithium-ion batteries, especially for recreational vehicles. But they're now expanding their operation, and now they have 145 employees. They're in a production facility that is 100,000 square feet, and they have a separate research and development unit that is 15,000 square feet. So this shows you that, hey, I mean, these student competitions could lead to, a much bigger, business startups, and who knows, we may be looking at a future Tesla here, because as you know, one of the big things Tesla is doing is, generating these batteries, and that's actually happening very close to Reno, in a gigafactory that builds these lithium-ion batteries.
So we have to finish.
With that, I'm gonna turn it over, turn it back to Professor Şahin.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Tosun. As we are going to also follow the OSTİM Center for Entrepreneurship and NV Globe in social media and also your website. So thank you so much. It was a wonderful and informative presentation for our students and for our university members as well. So we are ending. Thank you so much, Professor Günay. You are together with us, and also Dr. Temel and Professor Tosun. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Dr. Begüm Şahin. We'd like to thank our moderator and all our speakers. Now we would like to connect online with our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Davut Kavranoğlu of OSTİM Technical University. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm going to deliver my talk in Turkish because I think most of the viewers are Turkish citizens. And öncelikle bütün konferans katılıcılarını saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyorum. Böylesine güzel bir konferans düzenlediği için OSTİM Teknik Üniversitesi'ne Profesör Murat Yülek dostuma ve OSTİM Teknik Üniversitesi Mütevelli Başkanı Orhan Aydın dostuma teşekkür ediyorum. Kendilerini tebrik ediyorum. Değerli dostlar, ben bugün sizlere bilim, teknoloji ve eğitimin kalkınma ve gelişmedeki belirleyici rolünden bahsedeceğim. Bu konu benim tabii yıllarca, ben tabii meslek olarak elektronik mühendisiyim ama 2011-2019 yılları arasında kamuda önce Bilim Sanayi Teknoloji Bakan Yardımcısı 4 sene, daha sonra da 4 sene Cumhurbaşkanı Başdanışmanı olarak bilim teknoloji politikaları ve bu politikaların kalkınma ve gelişmedeki rolü konusunda çalıştım. Bilhassa Türkiye'nin kalkınmış, gelişmiş, müreffeh bir ülke olması için neler yapılması gerektiğini birçok dostumuzla birlikte araştırdık. Ve dolayısıyla 8 yıl boyunca ben elektronik mühendisi değil, politika geliştiren, yani policy making'de çalıştım. Ve burada elde ettiğimiz birçok sonuç var, çok tespit var. Tabii ki bu bana ayrılan 20 dakikalık sürede ben burada bazı ana tespitlerimizi sizlerle paylaşacağım. Sunumun içeriği kısaca böyle ama bunu okumaktansa ben doğrudan konulara girmek isterim. Öncelikle ekonomik gelişmenin tarih akışına hızla bir bakmak isterim. Biz insanlık olarak milattan önce 13.000 yılına kadar avcı toplayıcı varlıklardık. Yani gıda ihtiyacımızı, giyinme ihtiyacımızı vesaire karşılamak için etrafımızda var olan, doğal olarak var olan meyvedir, sebzedir, hayvandır, hayvanın etidir, derisidir. Bunları yakaladığımız hayvanlardan veya işte tabiattan topladığımız meyvelerden, tahıllardan karşılıyormuşuz. Sonra insanlık dedi ki biz böyle tabiatta hayvanların peşinden koşacağımıza bunları işte yakalayalım, ahırlara koyalım, bunların sütünden, etinden, işte tüyünden faydalanalım. Bu meyveleri bir yerlere dikelim, sonra bunlar büyüsün, toplayalım, tahılları ekelim vesaire. Yani tarım toplumu başladı. Tarım toplumu devri de çok uzun sürdü. Ve bunun sona ermesi de 1776 yılında James Watt'ın buhar makinesini icat etmesiyle sanayi devriminin başladığını kabul ediyoruz. Dünyada genel kabul böyle. Burada tabii bu insanlığın ekonomik akışının bu akıştaki bazı noktalara ben değinmek istedim. 1450 yılında Almanya'da matbaanın icadı Gutenberg tarafından dünya tarihindeki ekonomik gelişmenin tetikleyicisi olan çok önemli bir kırılma noktasıdır. Michio Kaku Geleceğin Fiziği kitabında diyor ki matbaanın icadına kadar Avrupa'da okuma yazma oranı %1'in çok altındaydı. Neden? Çünkü okuyacak bir şey yoktu. Ve matbaanın icadıyla hem din kitapları basılmaya başladı ama bunun yanında bilim kitapları da matematik, fizik, roman vesaire her şey basılıp yayılmaya başlandı. Dolayısıyla okunacak malzeme çok olunca okuyacak insan da şey oldu ve bilgi yavaş yavaş tabana yayılmaya başladı. Ve hızla bir toplumsal transformasyon oluşmaya başladı. Ve bu toplumsal transformasyonun sonucunda ortaya çıkan çok kuvvetli bilim insanlarıyla yapılan bilimdeki gelişmelerle bunun meyvesi 1776 yılında işte sanayi devrimi olarak ortaya çıktı. Bize Osmanlı'ya ise matbaanın gelişi 1726 senesinde ancak oldu. O zamana kadar bizim hükümetimiz matbaanın Türkçe olarak matbaanın Türkiye'de kurulmasına müsaade etmedi. 1490 yıllarında, 1490'lı yıllarda o zaman İspanya'dan Osmanlı'ya getirilmiş olan bizim Yahudi misafirlerimize, daha sonra vatandaşlarımıza İbranice olarak matbaa kurmasına müsaade edildi ama Türkçe olarak matbaa kurulmasına müsaade edilmedi. Tabi bunun sebebi dini değil, ekonomik sebepler. Yani bazı insanlar işini kaybetmesin diye, onların işlerini korumak için, onların çoluk çocuğunu geçimini korumak için matbaaya müsaade edilir. Tabii bunu söyleyen büyük tarihçimiz Halil Nalcık Hoca'nın tespiti bu. Tabii ki bu matbaanın Türkiye'ye veya Osmanlı'ya 275 sene geç getirilmesi, bugün internetin yasaklanması gibi nasıl bir etki yapardı, öyle bir etkiyi maalesef bütün toplumumuza yaptı ve süper güç olan Osmanlı İmparatorluğu zaman içinde yarışta çok geride kaldı ve sonunda da 1918 yılında yıkıldı. Tabii ki onun yıkılmanın veya bu şeylerin tek sebebi matbaa değildir ama bunun önde gelen sebeplerinden birisi olduğunu inanıyorum. Yine önemli, dünya tarihindeki önemli gelişmelerden birisi de 1890 yılında ampulün icadı Edison tarafından Amerika'da ve New York'ta ilk şehir şebekesinin, elektrik şehir şebekesinin kurulması. Daha sonra 1947 yılında transistör icat edildi. İlk icat edilen transistör icat edildiğinde büyüklüğü 1 metrekareydi. Bugün ise 1 metrekareye biz 1 milyardan fazla transistör sığdırıyoruz. Yine en önemli ve belki de en önemli kırılma noktası dünya tarihinde, ekonomi tarihinde İnternetin 1991 yılında hizmete girmesi. İnternet bizim neslimiz için öyle müthiş bir şey ki, çünkü bizim gençliğimizde, çocukluğumuzda uzaktan birileriyle haberleşmek hem çok zor, hem çok masraflı, hem de çok düşük kaliteli bir şey. Yani ben Amerika'da öğrenciyken 1980'lerin ortalarında işte haftanın belli bir zamanını kararlaştırdık. Rahmetli annemi o saatte arardım, onunla konuşurdum, herkes nasıl diye sorardım ve kapatırdık ve bunun bana maliyeti 15-20 dolar oldu. Günümüzde ise saatler boyunca görüntülü olarak görüşmeler yapılıyor, her türlü iş ilişkileri kuruluyor, anlaşmalar yapılıyor, her şey yapılıyor ve bunun maliyeti de sıfır. Yani bu bütün dünyanın bedava olarak çok yüksek hızda bir telekomünikasyon ağıyla bağlanması dünya tarihinin inanılmaz derecede önemli bir şeydir. Tabii ki şimdi genç nesil bunun ne demek olduğunu pek farkında değildir. Çünkü onlar bunu hava ve su gibi doğal bir şey zannediyorlar ama bu gerçekten çok önemli bir kırılma noktası. Ve bu internet çağının başlamasıyla ben buna bilgi ekonomisine geçiş diyorum. Dünya ekonomisinin bilgi ekonomisine geçmesi diyorum ve artık dünya yapay zeka ve ötesi bilim ve teknoloji alanlarını konuşuyor ve bunların ekonomiye yansımalarını konuşuyor. Şurada aşağıda gördüğümüz bu kırmızı şey dünyadaki üretilen toplam gayri safi milli hasılanın tarih boyunca değişimini gösteriyor. İşte bu sanayi devrimiyle birlikte artmaya başladı ve 1900'lerden sonra da yine hızla bir artış var ama internetten sonra bir infilak gibi büyüme var ve müthiş bir ekonomik büyüme var. Ve bunların hepsi işte bilgi ekonomisinin getirdiği şeyler ve internetin getirdiği kolaylaştırıcı etkinin, haberleşmenin yaygınlaşmasının bütün dünyanın ekonomi parçası olmasını mümkün hale getirmesi ve bunun etkileri olarak bakıyorum. İşte 1776 yılında işte icat edilen buhar makinesi buydu. Birinci sanayi devriminin başlangıcı o. İşte ilk yıllardaki işte tekstil fabrikalarından bir örnek. Yani sanayi devrimi ne demektir? İnsan ve hayvan gücü yerine makine gücünün üretim ve ulaştırma için kullanılmasına birinci sanayi devrimi. Tabii bu sanayi devriminin çok müthiş etkileri oldu. Bunlar benim internetten derlediğim bazı bilgiler. Şimdi mesela sanayi devriminden önce yani 1730'dan 1749 arasındaki datada bakıyoruz. O zaman doğan çocukların %74,5'u 5 yaşına gelmeden ölüyormuş. Yani ne müthiş bir şey. Yani bir doğan bir çocuk 100 tane doğan işte 1000 tane çocuğun 745 tanesinin 5 yaşına gelmeden ölmesi bekleniyor. Bu sanayi devriminden sonra hızla düşmeye başladı. 1810'da bu %74,5 işte %31,8'e geriledi. Tabii günümüzde bu %3-4 olduğu zaman bile biz isyan ediyoruz. Yani nasıl olur? Her doğan çocukların 3-4 tanesinin ölmesi büyük bir şeydir. İşte sağlık sisteminin iyileştirilmesi lazımdır diye biz feveran ediyoruz. Ama dünya sanayi devriminden önce, yani o daha Sümerlerden beri, ondan eskiden beri devam eden o tarım toplumunda yaşayan dünyada doğan insanların çoğu çok küçük yaşta ölüyorlar. Çünkü temiz su yoktu, barınma imkanı yoktu, giyecek yoktu, yeteri kadar yiyecek yoktu vesaire. Tabii bu şu da demek değil. Sanayi devrimi dünyada cennet oldu falan manasında değil. Onun da getirdiği bir sürü problemler var. Ama buna böyle bakmak lazım. Bakıyoruz yine İngiltere'de nüfus, işte İngiltere nüfusu 1800 yılında 8,3 milyonken 1850'de 16,8 milyona, 1901'de de 30,5 milyona çıktı. Avrupa'da nüfus 1700'de 100 milyonken 1900 yılında 400 milyona çıktı. 1800 yılında dünya nüfusunun sadece %3'ü şehirlerde yaşıyor. Bugün ise yaklaşık %50'si şehirlerde yaşıyor. Tabii şehirlerin kuruluşuna bakarsak, bunların yani ana bildiğimiz şehirlerin şehirleşme, bunların hepsi de sanayi devrimi bir ortaya çıkarttığı etkiler. Yani fabrikalar kuruldu, fabrikalarda çalışacak insan lazım. İşte bu insanların çok sayıda insan lazım. Bu insanların barınması lazım. İnsanlar zaten tarım toplumunda olduğunda senede 2-3 ay çalışıyor. Ondan sonra aylak aylak yatıyor ve yarı aç yarı tok bir sonraki seneyi bekliyor. İşte bunlara gelin yıl boyunca size iş vereceğiz. Gelin şuraya yerleşin diye hem işte bunlara toplu konutlar yapılmaya başlandı ve bunlar şehirlere, sanayi alanlarına akmaya başladılar ve büyük şehirler oluştu. İnsanlar köylerden kentlere, yeni kurulan kentlere doğru akmaya başladı. Türkiye'de de benzeri şeyi biz 1960'lardan beri yaşadık ve bunun şahidiyiz. Mesela Manchester'da 1700'lerin başında 10.000 olan nüfus 1911'de 2,3 milyona çıktı. Bunlara neden İngiltere'den bahsediyorum? Çünkü maalesef bizim ülkemizde böyle datalar toplanmadı, tarihi datalar. İngilizler bunları çok güzel toplamışlar. Ama sanayi devriminin etkileri çok açık olarak sosyal etkileri burada görülüyor. İşte sanayi devriminin yine sosyal etkilerine baktığımız zaman 1765 yılında işte 40 yaşına 38 yaşında olan life expectancy işte günümüzde 80 yaşın üstüne çıkmış İngiltere'de. Yani sanayileşmek toplumlara refah getirmiş ve insanlara daha iyi bir hayat, daha sıhhatli bir hayat yaşamalarına sebep olmuş. Şimdi yüksek teknolojinin ekonomideki farkını belirtmek için şu örneği ben hep veririm. Biz Türkiye olarak Japonya'ya 2 tane uydu sipariş verdik. Ve bu uyduların için biz Japonya'ya, bunlar turnkey proje olarak verildi, 7700 kilogram ağırlığında bu 2 uydu ve 571 milyon dolar para ödedik. Baktığımız zaman 2013 ve 2004 yılında verdiğimiz bir siparişti bu. Baktığımız zaman biz uydunun toplam kilogramına ortalama olarak 74.000 dolar ödemişiz. Halbuki uyduyu imal etmek için kullanılan malzemenin ortalama maliyeti kilogramı 10 dolar. Bugün sabah fiyatlara baktım. Altının kilosu 56.600 dolar. Yani uydunun kilosu 74.000 dolar, altının kilosu 56.600 dolar. Yani uydu altından çok daha değerli. Ve baktığımız zaman belki 1 kilo altını üretmek için belki 60.000 dolar, belki 55.000 dolar masraf ediliyor. Onun topraktan çıkartılması, 1 ton altın madeninin içinde belki 2-3 gram altın çıkıyor. Yani tabiata büyük bir zarar veriliyor vesaire. Bir sürü uğraşmak sonucunda böyle bir devlet. Halbuki Japonlar mesela bu uyduyu üretmek için gayet temiz odalarda çok iyi eğitim görmüş, know-how sahibi insanların çalışmasıyla 74.000 dolarlık değer elde ediyor. Yine bakıyoruz teknolojinin farklı açısından. Geçen sene bizim bir oyun şirketimiz satıldı. 100 kişinin çalıştığı bir şirket bu. Bir mobil oyun geliştiren bir şirket. Ve bu şirket 1.8 milyar dolara satıldı. Sadece 100 kişinin çalıştığı bir şirket. Öte taraftan dünyada savaşların çıktığı, milyonlarca insanın canavarca öldürüldüğü, onun yüzünden öldürüldüğü petrole bakarsak, petrolün bugünkü varil fiyatı 83 dolar 36 sent. Yani litresi 52 sent. Bazen 25-30 sente kadar da düştüğü oluyor. Üretim maliyeti ise varil başına 20 dolarla 100 dolar arasında değişiyor. Şimdi bu kadar ucuz bir şey aslında. Su belki bundan, belki değil, su mutlaka bundan daha değerli. Ama bu petrol için çok büyük savaşlar veriliyor, her şey yapılıyor. Bunu yapılmasının sebebi işte hala daha dünyadaki politikacılar eski kafaya göre çalışıyor. Yani hala bilgi toplumu seviyesine gelememiş. Yani gaz bulduk, petrol bulduk veya bilmem ne madeni bulduk diye seviniyorlar. Bütün gayretlerini ona veriyorlar. Milyarlarca dolar o tip faaliyetlere ayırıyorlar ama eğitime, girişimciliğe ve bilime sadece ellerinden geldiği kadar yardım ediyorlar. Halbuki burada açıkça görülüyor ki asıl game changer, asıl fark yaratan şey bilimsel çalışmalardır. Mesela buğdayın fiyatı 220 dolar tonu. Türkiye yılda 20 milyon ton üretiyor. Bu yıl biraz daha az olacak. Yani Peak Games'in biraz önce söylediğim satışıyla elde edilen gelirden 8.2 milyon ton buğday alınabilir. Yani bütün Türkiye'nin ürettiği buğdayın aşağı yukarı yarısını bir tane 100 kişinin çalıştığı bir oyun şirketinin satışını elde edilen gelirle karşılayabiliyorsunuz. Ve bizde tarımda 4.2 milyon insan çalışıyor. Burada şunu demek istemiyorum, tarım önemsizdir vesaire. Hayır, tarım tabii ki önemlidir. Çok da azizdir. Ama zenginliğin nereden geldiğini iyi anlamamız lazım. Onun için de bu slayta dikkatinizi çekmek isterim. Eğer bir toplumun refah toplumu olmasını istiyorsak, yani kişi başına milli geliri 25 bin, 30 bin, 50 bin dolar, 80 bin dolar olan bir toplum olmasını istiyorsak bunu iyi anlamamız gerekiyor. Bilinen teknolojilerle iş yaparak siz zengin olamazsınız. Mesela kazma yapmak, kürek yapmak, ekmek yapmak gibi herkesin yapabildiği, daha Sümerler zamanından beri bilinen teknolojilerle iş yaptığınız zaman babadan oğula geçiminizi temin etmeye devam edersiniz ama bir refah toplumu olamazsınız. Teknoloji transferi de işte başka ülkelerde geliştirilen tekstil veya başka kimya falan gibi teknolojilerin belli bir süre geçtikten sonra ve yeni nesilleri çıktıktan sonra onlar o teknolojileri 3. Dünya ülkelerine satarlar. Ve teknoloji transferi adı altında 3. Dünya ülkeleri biriktirdikleri, çok büyük zorluklarla biriktirdikleri sermayeyle onları satın alır. Ve belli bir sanayileşme yapar. Bununla da siz mutlaka bir fayda temin edersiniz. Belli bir sanayileşmeyi temin edersiniz. Ama kalkıp size o makineleri satan ülkelerle rekabet edemezsiniz. Teknoloji ürettiğiniz zaman ise bilim ve teknolojideki gelişmeler sizin ölçüsüz olarak kazanç sağlayabileceğiniz ve gelişme sağlayabileceğiniz konular. İşte dünyada bu şekilde trilyon dolarlık, 2 trilyon dolar, 1 trilyon dolar değerinde kaç tane şirket var? İşte bunların yaptığı şey, işte bu teknoloji üreten şirketler bunlar. O şekilde bu ilerlemeyi sağlıyor. Kalıcı refah ve kalkınma ancak sanayiyle mümkündür. Yılda sadece birkaç ay tarımda çalışarak refah olmaz. Olacak olan sadece hayatta kalmak. Ben de bir köylü çocuğu olarak böyle şey yapmıştım. Yani zamanım azalıyor. Onun için hızla şey yapayım. Ucuz, kaliteli ve bol miktarda üretimde sanayiyle mümkündür. Zenginlik yapılan sanayi üretiminin yüksek katma değerli olmasını gerektirir. Yüksek katma değerli üretim de bilim, teknoloji ve eğitime dayalı sanayi ve ekonomik sistemde, yani bilgi ekonomisine mümkün. Sadece turizm veya hizmet sektörüne dayalı refah beklemek büyük bir aldatmacadır. Dünyada işte bilime dayalı politika belirleme paradigmasını Amerikan Başkanı Franklin Delano Roosevelt başlattı. Çok vizyoner bir başkandı. Yani o konuda saatlerce konuşulabilir. Onun 1933'ten itibaren Amerika'da yaptığı dönüşüm ve 3 dönem başkanlık yapmıştı. Daha sonra işte Profesör Vannevar Bush'u bilim başdanışmanı yaptı ve Vannevar Bush'tan Amerika'nın kalkınması ve gelişmesi için bilimden nasıl faydalanabiliriz konusunda politika önerileri geliştirmesini istedi ve onun geliştirdiği politika önerileriyle Amerika yeni bir düzleme girmiş oldu ve ben bunu da bilime dayalı ekonomik sistemin başlangıcı olarak adlandırıyorum. Ve onun sayesinde de Amerika daha sonra işte Ay'a gitti ve süper güç oldu. Ve onu takip eden diğer ülkelerde, yani benzeri reformları yapan diğer ülkelerde benzeri şeyleri sağladı. Şimdi bakıyoruz, Başkan Biden da yine Franklin Delano Roosevelt'e atıf yaparak kendisinin atadığı bilim başdanışmanı Dr. Lander'a benzeri bir mektup yazdı. Ve ona yine 5 tane görev verdi. Bunları okunmasını tavsiye ederim. Baktığımız zaman gelişmiş ülkelerde bir sistem var. Bilgi ekonomisi sistemi var. Bu nasıldır diye işte bunların hepsini detaylı olarak incelemiştik. Genel yapısı bunların böyle. En üst düzeyde devlet yöneticisi politika belirliyor. Ondan sonra bu politikaları uygulandığı bakanlıklar, kurumlar var, araştırma enstitüleri, üniversiteler ve en sonunda da asıl amaç tabii bütün her şeyin toplandığı sanayi ve reel sektör, işte bu belirlenen politikalar ve bu destekleyen kurumların çalışmalarıyla yönlendirilir. Türkiye'de ise böyle bir sistem var. Yani Türkiye'de bir sistemsizlik var, bir kaos var. Neden? Çünkü iyi niyetle herkes bir şey yapıyor, bir politika belirleme mekanizması olmamasından dolayı rastgele herkesin kendi alanında attığı küçük iyi adımların birleşmesiyle ortaya bir kaos çıkıyor. Bu Gecekondu mahalleleri gibi. Yani buradaki her bir gecekondu çok iyi niyetle kurulan bir alt sistemdir ama baktığımız zaman toplamda korkunç bir kaos ortaya çıkıyor. Halbuki baştan iyi planlansa, genel bir ekonomik planlama olsa, bir policy making fikriyle yaklaşılsa ortaya çıkan şeyler böyle olur. Birkaç şey daha söyleyip toparlıyorum. Ülkemizde maalesef ekonomi para ve finans olarak anlaşılıyor. Ekonomistlerin bahsettiği şeyler döviz kuru düştü mü çıktı mı, borsa düştü mü çıktı mı, faiz şu mudur bu mudur. Halbuki ekonomi demek üretmek demektir. Mal üretmek, hizmet üretmek, fikir üretmek, bilgi üretmek, teknoloji üretmektir. Bunun içinde uygun ekosistemin kurulması gerekir. Bunlar olduğu zaman faiz hepsi otomatik olarak olması gereken yerlere gelmiş olur. Adil devlet yönetimi için gerekli olan kuvvetler ayrılığı hepimizin bildiği gibi yasama, yürütme, yargı birbirinden bağımsız olarak var olmak zorunda. Bunlar üçü de aynı anda güçlü olmak zorundadır. Aynı şey, aynı kuvvetler ayrılığı kalkınma için de gereklidir. Politika belirleyen, o politikaların icrasını yapan ve bu politikaların icrasını denetleyen organların birbirinden bağımsız ve güçlü olması gerekir. Aksi halde ben bunu Ankara'da 8 yılda hep gördüm. Bir bakan geliyor, bir şey yapmak istiyor, önce onu politik olarak belirliyor, gidiyor Bakanlar Kurulu'nu ve Başbakan'ı ikna ediyor, bütçesini alıyor, sonra da onu yapıyor ve kendi kendini denetliyor. Bunun sonucu ne oluyor? Sadece israf ve zaman kaybı oluyor maalesef. Günümüzde refah, altın, petrol, doğalgaz, orman ve su ile değil, tamamıyla insan kalitesi, eğitim ve bilimledir. Ve bunun için de bilime çok önem verilmesi gerekir. Bilim insanlarına serbestçe çalışma imkanı tanınması gerekir ki onlar memleketin kalkınmasına katkıda bulunabilsin. Vaktim dolduğundan dolayı bu kadarla kesiyorum. Beni dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim. Tekrardan bu konferansın hayırlı uğurlu olmasını dilerim. İyi günler dilerim.
Sayın Hocam çok teşekkür ediyoruz. We would like to thank Professor Dr. Davut Kavranoğlu for his speech. İyi günler hocam, iyi çalışmalar
İyi
diliyorum.
günler, çok
Sağ olun.
teşekkürler. Başarılar.
Teşekkür ederiz hocam, çok sağ olun. So now we are starting our session 10, the global challenges and policies for industrial development. I would like to introduce our guests. Our moderator is Professor Dr. Sandrine Labori of University of Ferrara, Italy. Our speakers are Rector of our university, Professor Dr. Murat Yülek, Professor Phil Tomlinson of University of Bath, United Kingdom, and Professor Dr. Aliya Kemik of Yamaguchi University, Japan. Now, I would like to give the floor to our moderator, Professor Dr. Sandrine Labori. Miss, can you hear us? We are waiting now for the connection because we are 6 minutes ahead. Sen geldikçe bana haber verirsin. Bekliyorum hocam. Bekliyorum. We are apologizing from our guests. We need to wait a little bit more because we are still a few minutes ahead. And within a few minutes, we shall be starting our panel session. Nerede olduğunu bilmiyorum. Franco. 40-ish time. Hepsi. Mesaj atıyorum şurada. Tamam. Okay. Başlatıyorum. Tamam. So we are starting again from session 10, the global challenges and policies for industrial development. Our moderator is Professor Dr. Sandrine Labore of University of Ferrara, Italy, and our speakers are Professor Dr. Murat Yülek, Rector of OSTİM Technical University, Professor Phil Tomlinson of University of Bath, UK, and Professor Dr. Ali Akkemik of Yamaguchi University, Japan. So, can you hear us, Professor Dr. Sandrine Labore?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, I can't turn on my video, my camera. I don't know why.
It's okay. The floor is yours. You can start if you want.
Okay, so I will start.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy and honored to be here in the CEPIP conference 2021. I will so chair this session. entitled Global Challenges and Policies for Industrial Development. I will try to share my screen, but if my video doesn't work, I don't know whether it will be okay. Because I will make a short introduction before leaving the floor to presenters. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now. Okay, so global challenges and policies for industrial development. An introduction. Let me. I can't see my screen very well. Okay. So why global challenges? Why new policies needed? There has been important structural changes in industries, even pre-COVID, in particular globalization and Industry 4.0. So industrial policy has been called for by businesses because when important structural changes occur, an intervention by the government to support structural changes is necessary. So a very important global challenge is the fourth industrial revolution. It is not the only challenge. Okay. So it is not the only challenge, but it is an important challenge. It is about the setting up of a new technological system with many scientific discoveries, innovations in different fields, a new production system, so the products, processes change, a new production system that at least according to smart manufacturing, what is setting up is the mass customization system. So smart manufacturing allowing personalization of products on a large scale. So there are many new opportunities for developing new products and new processes. Okay. Also an important aspect with important implications for industrial development and models of industrial development is that markets and competition transform. There is a reconfiguration of markets and competition. In the past, competition between rivals occurred in clearly defined markets and boundaries. Now, industry boundaries are unstable. There are new products appearing at intersection of different industries. Services and manufacturing are increasingly interrelated. And there is also the role of digital platforms, which are becoming pervasive and are influencing all industries. Through the cloud services they provide, as well as I would say selling services. So many firms have to use them to sell their products. In addition, competition is no longer a zero-sum game. Firms both cooperate and compete in different
Ms. Sandrine Laborie,
markets.
I'm sorry. I would like to just to indicate that. Okay, Professor Yülek is on the stage now. He will be directly on the stage.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can continue. I'm sorry.
Okay. Another aspect of the reconfiguration of markets and competition is that, of course, suppliers' networks, global value chains are transformed also by other challenges like the pandemic, as we will see. The implications of the transition in manufacturing regime is that industries face big structural changes, the economic structure changes, or the organization of production changes, so the division of labor changes. There are new skills, new jobs, hence effects on the society. Also new products appearing which imply effects on the society. It's enough to think about the smartphone, which appeared about 15 years ago and has completely changed our lives. So there are changes in culture and in some complexity. There are the changes are extremely complex, and the Industrial Revolution creates many or generates many risks. Risk linked to the time gap between loss of jobs and job creation. There are also reluctance to change, individual and collective reluctance to change. There might be resistance from some players in industries for change, and a risk of unbalanced development. So problem of especially social and regional inequalities. So there is big risk of social fracture, and action at all levels of government is required. So the COVID crisis adds to the global challenges. The pandemic appeared at the time of already occurring important global challenges, not only Industry 4.0, but other challenges, of course, include climate change and the reduction in biodiversity, and the challenge of rising inequalities, poverty, and migration, all societal global challenges that have been stressed by the United Nations. So, in fact, what we have with all these global challenges and trends and drivers of important changes in industries is that the transformation the patterns of industrial development transform, and there is a need for new models and new evidence also on industrial development. So, new models that account for this complexity, multiple challenges which industrial policy has to consider, complexity, all these global challenges, pandemic, greening, Industry 4.0, inequalities are also interrelated. Since, for instance, it has been shown that the environmental challenge, reduction in biodiversity, can favor pandemics. Vulnerable people or people made vulnerable by inequalities are also more affected by pandemics or disasters linked to climate change, for instance. And Industry 4.0, the Industrial Revolution, also provides possible solutions to some challenges, but also raises, might contribute to other challenges. So, given the important challenges, important and numerous challenges, what action can be adopted? What industrial policy? This is the object of this session. This session is organized out of a work we are doing to put together a handbook of industrial development, edited by myself, Phil Tomlinson, who will present the first paper, and Patrizio Bianchi from the University of Ferrara, and which will be published by Edward Elgar next year Okay, so there are different contributors to the handbook, and today we have two of them, or representing two chapters. So first, Phil Tomlinson from the University of Bath in the UK. He is Professor of Industrial Strategy, Deputy Director of the Center for Governance, Regulation and Industrial Strategy of the School of Management. And he will discuss the issue of industrial policy, what industrial policy today, from industrial policy to industrial strategy and industrial actions. And then the second presentation by Ali Akemik, who will present a work done together with Murat Yulek, the stages of industrial development and appropriate industrial policy. So I leave the floor to Phil Tomlinson, who will make his presentation.
Thank you, Sandrine. I hope you can all see the slide there. Nice to be invited to participate in this session on industrial development. And industrial policy and industrial strategy have become increasingly popular in policy domains over the last 12 years or so since the great financial crisis. And I think it's largely because of the dissatisfaction with the dominant neoliberal model. But I think one of the questions I like to ask or pose to the conference this afternoon is this a new interest in industrial policy, industrial strategy genuine? Is it a genuine departure from the dominant paradigm, or will it just turn out to be empty rhetoric? So the focus of my presentation this afternoon is a review of industrial policy and industrial strategy frameworks. And what I want to try and emphasize is that with industrial policy, it is important to not just focus on specific policies or sectors, but instead to have a holistic and encompassing approach that links sectors and place and also accounts for economic governance. So the first thing I often get asked about is what is industrial strategy and what is industrial policy, and why are these terms used interchangeably, and what is the difference between the two? And in the literature, there are several definitions on industrial policy, and I've put some on the slide here this afternoon, and you've got a nice early quote there from Sandrine and Patricio Bianchi, who are also my co-editors on this handbook. The larger quote at the bottom by Chamali et al. In 2009 shows a range of policies that might be classed as industrial policy, things like trade policy, science and technology policy, public procurement, policies affecting foreign direct investments, etc. And I sometimes think that can be a little bit problematic because it suggests that industrial policy can be ubiquitous. Anything can be classed as industrial policy. Anything where the state gets involved in the market economy can be classed as industrial policy. And that can create a bit of confusion. But essentially, when we talk about industrial policy, we're essentially talking about state interventions geared towards enhancing the competitiveness of either a nation's firms, its industries, and or its regions. And in contrast, the term strategy, in my view, kind of implies an overarching coordinated policy framework. And I quite like this nice quote from a good friend and colleague of mine, Christos Vitalis, who kind of encapsulates this on the slide. In essence, industrial strategy then is a coordinated set of industrial policy measures that a government might use to enhance the competitiveness again of its industry and its regions. I think the term industrial strategy has gained credibility in modern parlance, particularly among some mainstream economists and policymakers over the last 10 to 15 years or so. And over the last decade or so, particularly in Europe, there's been a lot of talk about place-based industrial strategy. And this is essentially about deliberate and targeted policy interventions aimed at reviving, enhancing regional growth. And these policy interventions are tailored to build upon a place's historic capabilities and strengths. So they're not a one-size-fits-all approach, which you tend to get with government policy initiatives. They're kind of tailored to the capabilities and strengths and the characteristics of particular places, possibly marrying new technologies, new skill sets to existing industrial strengths to prepare that region for something new, for a new industrial path. And of course, this is the essence of the European Union's smart specialization program, which has been described as being perhaps the biggest and boldest industrial policy experiment ever implemented. So as I've also alluded to, for a long period in our history, our economic history, particularly in the United Kingdom and other countries, the West kind of abandoned industrial policies. So if we go back to the immediate post-war years and up until the late 1970s, the UK and other Western governments pursued active Keynesian macroeconomic policy, but also underneath this, a range of active industrial policy to promote its own industrial base. And where appropriate, they use this industrial interventions to try and negate regional decline. And in some cases, and Sandrine would be able to elaborate further, I'm sure, some countries use industrial policies to promote their own national champions. And I mentioned Sandrine because France was particularly famed for this approach during the post-war years. So why did Western governments abandon industrial policy in the 1980s? In the UK, industrial policy got a very bad press in the 1970s. The UK was largely associated with the government picking winners, supporting lame duck industries, and industrial policy became associated with political interference in markets and state aid corruption and that sort of thing. And then many of these subsidized industries were failing and suffered widespread industrial unrest. It's kind of ironic, really, that some of the companies that received these substantial bailouts in the 1970s, companies like Rolls-Royce and British Aerospace, have subsequently gone on to become very successful private British companies, but there you go. So the 1980s were a kind of a period of the neoliberal counter-revolution, and the argument was that the state intervention distorts market efficiency and resource allocation, and the UK should instead really shift their emphasis to sectors where there are comparative advantages. It should leave manufacturing, if it's dead wood, shift into financial services. But instead of thinking about industrial policy as a process of government picking winners, how about we think about industrial strategy in a broader sense? Perhaps it can be used to create stables from which winners can emerge. And there's perhaps a little bit of analogy here with British sport policy. So if you cast your mind back 25 years ago, 1996 Atlanta Olympics, the UK had a very poor Olympic Games. Most of our sport was not funded particularly well. It was mainly based upon volunteers, and I think we got one gold medal at the Atlanta Olympics. We had a change in direction in sports policy. We introduced new funding schemes, largely through a state national lottery, and we had a more strategic approach to sport. And since then, British success in sport has been really quite successful. I think in the last Olympics this year, we came second or third in the medals table, which for a country of the UK size was pretty impressive. So if we kind of, we've tried to create in sport a kind of a set of stables, where winners can emerge and people can be supported. Maybe we can have that in the context of industry and industrial policy. And so that's maybe one way in which you can think about how industrial policy can be successful, can support private actors in a market economy. And some of the quotes here kind of emphasize the prejudice in mainstream economics that have traditionally existed against industrial policy. So, these quotes, some of you may be familiar with them. But they reiterated this neoliberal paradigm has pretty much dominated policy gender over the last 40 years or so. what I have on this slide is some of the reasons or rationale for industrial policy. And I guess there are three main rationales that you may come across in the literature. The first is the market failure approach. And this is the idea that, you know, it's a kind of an innovation kind of type argument that the idea that, you know, innovators are unable to accrue the full economic value of any discovery because of knowledge spillovers, and they're unable to appropriate the full value for themselves. Knowledge spillovers and other actors will benefit as well. So the classic example here is the discovery of DNA in the 1950s, the structure of DNA in the 1950s, and the scientists who involved in that discovery, James Watson and Francis Crick, they made this discovery, but they've never themselves been able to fully appropriate the full economic value of that discovery. And this kind of goes across innovation studies and problems of innovation. And the argument is that because of this fear that others will, you know, you're never able to appropriate the full value of your innovative endeavor, then that may tend to lead to firms underinvesting in research and development, underinvesting for the welfare of society. So there's a market failure argument. And then there are other arguments you may come across, such as those related to enhancing regional and industry competitiveness, the kind of industry arguments that are well versed in the literature. And then the third set of arguments is around mission-orientated goals. So the economist Mariana Mazzucato has put this forward in recent years, and she's argued that the most radical technologies are largely financed by a risk-taking state, an entrepreneurial state. That, you know, the technologies we see in developing the internet and the space race and even fertility treatment, the private sector would never have undertaken those investments initially because they're seen as too risky, too long term. And so in these cases, you know, where, you know, the state has to take a role, take an advance, you know, for societal interests. Again, I guess with the vaccine, the pursuit of a COVID vaccine over the last 2 years, the state really had to take a, take a lead in that quest. I think one thing we note in the chapter is, I think a lot of mainstream economists have often accepted the market failure case and accepted a need for the state to intervene in some way through patents and maybe some support for R&D, whether through tax credits or through subsidies. And this market failure approach has tended to almost crowd out traditional thinking on industrial policy in recent years. One thing we note in the chapter is it has two major drawbacks. First, it kind of conveys a static view of industry. The idea that market fails once they arise, and then presumably you can just apply a corrective policy mention, there it goes. And we think that's a little bit naive. And secondly, and related to this, a market failure viewpoint tends to lead to a fragmentation of industrial development policies. We kind of focus on competition policy, innovation policy, regulation and trade, and keep them separate rather than thinking about the overall impact on industrial development. And in this context, recent evolutionary approaches to economics, to economic geography, to economic history have tried to account for this and tried to provide a more holistic view of industrial policy and state intervention. As I mentioned, industrial policy has, and industrial strategy in particular, has seen a bit of a revival in recent years. But I think, looking more deeply, we might think, well, did it really go away during the 1980s and 1990s? And, a lot of rhetoric around the bad that government can do and that government shouldn't get involved and that industrial policy is old hat in the 80s and 90s. But often what we really saw was that industrial policy was being enacted in a very nuanced way. It was just hidden from public discourse. So the United States, for instance, the rhetoric is all about free markets and a free market economy. but it has long used state procurement to promote its own firms, especially in the healthcare sector, the space industry, the defense industry, and so on. And during the 80s and 90s, government did intervene in a variety of different ways, more in a horizontal way, trying to create an enabling environment, through skills policy or R&D tax credits and things like that. We point out in the paper, paradoxically, this had a kind of a vertical or selective element, because when you try to promote a level playing field, inherently you're favoring the larger firms. Larger firms inherently gain more from tax credits and from skills policy, etc. And finally, related to this, and I'll come back to it, is economic governance is kind of important for industrial policy. Who are the power makers? Who are the main players in the market? And that has implications for where for the design of industrial strategy and design of policies, and who's capturing the rents. And that needs to be taken aware of when you're designing an industrial policy framework. In the UK, we have become more comfortable with using the term industrial strategy. After the Brexit vote in 2016, we had a new government that Theresa May came into office, the same party, the same Conservative Party, and started to talk about government intervention in the economy and talking about a need for an industrial strategy. So in 2017, we published a white paper which aimed to set out the aims and directions of how industrial strategy could shape the UK economy over the next 10 to 15 years. And this white paper identified 5 foundations of productivity, because the UK has a very big productivity gap. It has its productivity is 4/5 of that of Germany, and is well behind France and Italy as well. So we wanted to identify where the foundations of productivity were and try to address the productivity gap. So these were ideas, people, infrastructure, business environment and places. And it also set out four grand challenges where, the new investment should be made. Artificial intelligence, mobility, clean growth, and the challenge of the aging society. Unfortunately, little has been done in this space. The British government for the last 5 years has been preoccupied with Brexit and now COVID. And we now have a new administration, the Johnson administration, and they seem to have backtracked on industrial strategy. So, for example, one thing that the May administration did, they set up an industrial strategy council in 2018, which was designed to monitor and oversee government initiatives on industrial strategy, kind of a sounding board for industrial strategy initiatives in the UK. That was disbanded after just 2 years in operation. That was disbanded earlier this year. And the emphasis now in the UK is upon something called levelling up the UK's wide regional imbalances, which are the worst in the advanced world. The widest regional imbalances, widest regional inequalities in the advanced industrial world. Now we don't really know what levelling up means, and what precisely it means. We're awaiting a white paper which I'm told is due in early November, but it's likely that levelling up will imply the government intervening to try and address some of these regional imbalances and try to stimulate regional growth in places that have been left behind by globalization over the last 40 years or so. Industrial policy is a dynamic tool for structural change. So this is something that Sandrine was alluding to in her introduction. So a key focus of the chapter is to emphasize the dynamic opportunities that industrial policy can help to foster. So we talk about the challenges and opportunities of Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution, and the potential of digital in this space. I mean, the intention of digital is it can reduce distance and being located in remote and lagging regions. Hence, I'm not with you today, but I'm, a few hundred miles away and able to speak to you. And also new opportunities for production and manufacturing, such as consumer-producer collaboration in real time, in virtual time, and new business ventures perhaps emerging via data analytics and new digital platforms. So there's a range of opportunities there with the fourth industrial revolution. There's threats as well, but there's new opportunities. But if we want to realize these new opportunities, one of the issues we have to address is these so-called digital divides. Some people in different places have better access to digital technologies. They have better connectivity, better broadband connectivity. They have different skill sets, different capabilities to use digital technologies. And then these feed through to the returns to the use of digital technologies. And, if you have those things in place, good connectivity, you've got a good skill set, you're more likely to get a better return on your use of the internet and the use of the digital technologies than if you haven't. And when you map these, a lot of these digital divides kind of mirror the widespread and long-standing regional divides in regional inequalities. So digital divides can potentially exacerbate existing regional inequalities and can, in the UK context, can perhaps undermine the so-called levelling up agenda which we're currently embarking upon. So to address these issues, industrial policy will have to take a key role in supporting cross-sectoral and cross-firm collaboration, possibly nurturing synergies between old and new technologies and cross-sectoral learning through staff exchanges and associated research networks and so on. We also need to support reskilling and vocational training and promoting enhanced labour mobilities across sectors if we are to benefit from this, these structural changes to the economy, which are kind of initiated through Industry 4.0. Some comments on industrial policy and innovation policy. As I mentioned, the innovation policy has kind of assumed the mantle of industrial policy in recent years, particularly in Europe. It goes back to the Lisbon Agenda in 2000, where there were genuine concerns about Europe's inability to compete with the United States, the productivity gap between Europe and the United States. And there's been a subsequent quest in Europe to try and promote and enhance innovative growth through the European Union. Many of the policy ideas here have their roots in evolutionary economics, evolutionary geography, innovation studies. And this approach doesn't see innovation as primarily a process of discovery, but rather as a process of learning and relearning within firms, within sectors, regions, and national systems. So it's led to the proposal of a new sets of instruments of innovation policy, directing at networking, clusters, and mobility for knowledge transfer and creation. And as I mentioned earlier, the big policy initiative of the last decade has been smart specialization. And that's been attached to all EU regional funding schemes over the last decade. So any body, any locality that had to apply for European funding has often had to put in their bid something about smart specialization, how it's going to enhance a smart specialization strategy within their region. One of the problems we find, and we found this in other work as well, is that the problem of implementing innovation policy without considering sectors and regions and their underlying productive characteristics and links is it's likely to lead to policy failures and maybe setting up the possibility that you're just creating the proverbial cathedrals in the desert, such as R&D capacity in universities or research centres in regions with little connection to the local economy, to local businesses and so on. Smart specialization was guilty of this at the early stage. All European regions were required to adopt new frontier technologies in their sectors, but there was very little in the early stages of implementation, very little relation to the local industrial base. And it turned out to be very difficult for less developed regions because they were, it was very difficult for weaker regions in the European Union because they were characterized by declining industries, low tech bases, and weak social and business networks. And there, the idea behind smart specialization is you you focus, you support projects where there's a potential for growth and commercial potential, and they're more likely to be found in the richer regions where you've got good networks, you've got good technologies, you've got good skill sets. And weaker regions, you don't have that. So you kind of had this kind of almost like this Matthew principle that the stronger regions just get stronger and stronger because they're initially strong, and the weaker regions miss out. So I think this is now being recognised by the EU, and then a measure being put in place to try and mitigate this effect. But in short, what we're trying to say here is that if you're pursuing an innovation policy and industrial policy, you need a detailed and holistic investigation of the production processes and capabilities, and the transformations that industrial policy can actually deliver in relation to specific processes, sectors, and regions. Oh, almost there. Finally, when considering industrial strategy, we should also remember issues of economic governance and market power. This goes back to some of my earlier work in this field. The literature is full of historical examples of where industrial policy is being captured by special interests, particularly in the corporate sector. So in earlier work, we documented this in the case of Russia and the rise of the oligarchs in the 90s, and earlier in Japan with the hollowing out of Japanese industry, and also at sectoral levels. So we noted it occurs in energy and banking and so on. So when market power is concentrated among a few players, this can undermine industrial policy and even democracy itself. So we're very familiar, for example, of the divide and rule tactics of transnational corporations. They, if you base your regional economy around large transnational corporations, they have the power to threaten to shift production elsewhere, and they can play off governments, they can play off policymakers across different locations, they can play off trade unions across different locations to get the best deal for themselves and capture most of the rents. So therefore, we might, when we're thinking about industrial policy for the long term, we also need to consider diffuse governance structures which are more democratic as part of a broader industrial strategy framework. And there are examples of where this has worked well in the past. The early examples, the Italian industrial districts offer one possible model or basis for this, but also other stakeholder models based on mutual forms of ownership might be another. And again, we have several examples of that in the chapter. Okay, I think I'm almost out of time, but thanks for listening, and open for questions at the end.
Thank you very much, Phil. You are not out of time, it's fine.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. So yes, interesting presentation outlining the need for a holistic approach to industrial policy. So industrial policy has a mix of instruments made up of different policies, trade policy, innovation policy, and so on. Interesting point also about innovation policy, because it is true that many scholars or experts have tended to consider industrial policy as only innovation policy, but it is much broader than that. There are SMEs policy, skill and training, and so on. And last point on the strategic failure, I think that now there is a very big issue of strategic failure with the extremely large market power of digital platforms and big techs, which are invading all markets and industries. So perhaps we can leave the questions for the end. I would rather go to the second presentation of this session. So Ali Akemik from Yamaguchi University in Japan will present this paper, chapter of the handbook written together with Murat Yulek, which is, I suppose, I don't have to present here. So, stages of industrial development and appropriate industrial policy. Please, Ali.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. It's a great pleasure to be back again for the third time today. This is joint work with Professor Yürek and myself. I would like to share our presentation on the screen. Okay, so this is the title of our chapter, Stages of Industrial Development and Appropriate Industrial Policy. And basically this whole presentation and this whole chapter is based on a concept developed by Professor Yürek in his book, which has recently been translated into Chinese, in How Nations Succeed. So there he talks about the industrial layer. So industrialization is a process of capacity building, but the capacity building of the industrial layer. And the industrial layer, as we will see soon, is what is very important to understand why industrial policy is important and how industrialization is actually progressing, especially in developing countries. The first presentation by Professor Tomlinson, I think he gave he drew a very nice picture of why we need industrial policy and why governments abandon industrial policy in developed countries. And he presented actually more of a developed country, advanced country perspective. Here we mainly focus on developing countries, us coming from a developing country, probably one reason. But as we all know that these days structural changes are taking a different shape with the fourth industrial revolution. Some countries may even start jumping right from, one stage to another very quickly. So we always praise South Korea for doing it within a generation, but with the fourth industrial revolution, we may even see some examples. I don't know, but we're doing it in a very even shorter period of time. So industrial policy is very important if we want to understand why some countries are doing better than others, especially in East Asia. We have good examples of that. And industrial policy is important because it aims to enhance national welfare. So especially for countries who are in the middle income trap, it shows a way out. And as Professor Tomlinson rightly mentioned, that these are it can take many different forms. So when we say industrial, when we use the word industrial layer, actually Professor Yürek mentions it. Most of the concept is from his book, so maybe if you have a Q&A session, probably Professor Yürek might want to answer these questions. He knows much more about this than me. The industrial layer is defined as the broad industrial ecosystem, which is primarily consisting of industrial firms, industrial labor and managers, industrial entrepreneurs, and industrial finance. So the role of the government here is the government takes an active role in developing this industrial layer. And to be effective in industrial policy has to actually focus on all of these subcomponents of the industrial layer, not just one, but all of them. So we argue in this paper that, in this chapter, that the parameters that are defining the industrial layer are actually dependent on industrialization stage. And the industrial policies are very much related to the stages of industrialization. In a way, industrial policies are not stage-proof. So we have a stage-based view of economic development since Simon Kuznets and Walter Rostow. They talked about all these things. So we have a similar approach here. We actually define different, based on Murat Ilak's work, we define different stages of industrialization, and we propose specific appropriate industrial policies for each stage of industrialization, or for countries in different stages of industrialization. So what do we do in this chapter is that we, well, first of all, we argue that the appropriate industrial policies should emphasize these stages. Then we develop some sort of a analytical framework by using a composite index, which we call industrialization index. It is an attempt, and we rank countries. It's like grading students. We rank countries according to these index values, and then we put them in a certain category which corresponds to the level of industrialization, which we will be talking in a minute. So these are the stages. There are actually 4 stages. The second stage is developed is further disaggregated into 2. In the first stage, this is actually for manufacturing. So recently we were talking about the servicification of manufacturing, but servicification probably relates mostly to stage 4 here. So in the first stage, basically a country is importing machinery, and this is the initial stage of industrialization. And basically, it's a stage where you basically know nothing. You just get the machine and try to use it in production so that you increase productivity. In the second stage, first you learn how to use how to better use the technology, and in a later stage of this, stage, you learn how to better service, how to do of this adopted technology. So a better use of technology is related to mastering the use of the imported machinery, which was already done in stage 1, and this is all about improving productivity. And the second stage, the second half of the stage, I would say, is about servicing and repairing skills. This is the later. So basically, in the stage 2 here, you learn how to use the machine you imported previously. So, and in the third stage, now you're ready to imitate the machine. We are giving an example of machine here, but basically you can take it with technologies in general. So you learn how to copy, actually imitate these machines and develop within using your own resources, physical, human, and you develop your new learning by doing skills. And this is coming at a stage where actually most of the time we see middle income trapped countries somewhere here. They cannot make it from this stage to the final stage, which is stage 4. In stage 4, most advanced countries we know are here, and these in this stage, basically you're at the frontier, at the technology ladder. So you're supposed to countries are going through stage 1 to stage 3, right? So you learn, you develop, and you develop skills to copy. You develop now you're at a stage where you learn almost everything before you. Now you have to find new things. This is basically innovation, right? So an innovation and generation of new technologies through research and development. This is what we basically see advanced countries do at this stage. So one country can be in one stage, or maybe jumping from one stage to another, showing characteristics of 2 different stages. So if you're, for example, from Turkey, you might say that, and also in certain industries, you may be experiencing yourself, you may be placing yourself in different stages too. But in general, you may say that Turkey is probably in stage 2 or stage 3. These are subjective evaluations. Of course, we have a lot of economic theory. We have a lot of even empirical works saying something about it. So what we want to do is basically come up with one specific indicator which we can use, a simple one, which can be interpreted very simply. We wanted to come up with we were actually examining if we could come up with just one number, and we could use this index to rank these countries, and specific values of this index probably would say something about what level of industrialization. Here we have stages, right? So stage 1 to stage 4, the index this index would probably say something about what should be the level of this index, value of this index if you're in stage 2. What would be its value in stage 3, 4, etc. So, but how to measure that? And there are so many ways to make indexes. And we, of course, we are trying to build an industrialization index, so it should address different facets of industrialization. We took so many indicators from basically the world values indicators, UN and IMF data. So we collected all this data and we came up with a very simple one. We tried many different versions, but this one seems to work the best for us. And these are the 5 indicators we used in creating the index. First is the industrial sophistication. This is the share of medium and high-tech industries in manufacturing value added. So HCI is heavy and chemical industries. This is notorious for the case of Korea. They had an HCI drive in 1970, so I chose this specifically to mention that. So the second index we used is employment. But employment of what? The share of manufacturing in total employment. So this shows some sort of, industrialization from the labor market perspective. And educational attainment is the third indicator we used, and this is measured by the percentage share of population with at least a bachelor's degree and above. And the fourth indicator is the R&D expenditures per GDP, which is a rough indicator of the level of technological attainment. And finally, we used trade as another indicator, and this the data we used is the share of high-tech exports in total exports. Okay, so we got all these data, right? And then we, what we did is we developed a very simple composite index, very, very simple. We used the standard Z-score normalization calculation. That's it. So if you're familiar with statistics or even econometrics, this is very standard. This is how you score, how you calculate the Z statistic in statistics, right? So there are alternatives too, but we found out that the min max and the mean normalization, they do not do very well with outliers. We had so many outliers in our sample. So we took, I think our sample, I didn't mention here, but we have, I think, 122 countries here. Unfortunately, many African countries are not in the list because we couldn't get the data, especially for the technological progress, R&D expenditures. So if one of these indicator data is missing, then we cannot make the index. So that's why our data lacks actually a lot of African countries, but we hope to be able to get the data for these countries later on maybe. We calculated this index for year 2018 only. We do not aim an historical path analysis or something, which can be done. But if you want to do that, you will be aware that you don't have data for R&D expenditures before 1990 as well. So historical analysis would be very difficult the way we do. So we just focused on the year 2018. This is the year before coronavirus. So we take it as a normal benchmark year. So this is the ranking we got after we did all the calculations. Remember, this is normalization, so we get some negative numbers as well. The top country we found, the most industrialized in our index, seems to be Taiwan. And comes South Korea, China, Japan, Israel, Switzerland, goes like that. And you may say that, well, maybe these are countries at stage 4. Countries at stage 3 are starting from Hungary, Malaysia, surprisingly, the Netherlands is there. So, and the stage 2, stage 1 goes like that. As I said, African countries, most African countries, Africa has more than 50 countries. Most of them are actually supposed to be stage 1. Stage 1 is a long list, but here it's short because we don't have data for these countries. So, but this is discretionary. We came up with this idea. This is the ranking we got. How did we decide which country is in stage 4 and stage 3, depending on, the index values? Basically, we had an idea. This ranking is available. Can find later, and here is the scatter diagram, which we also wanted to see how it is related with GDP per capita. This is nominal GDP per capita in US dollars, If you plot this as a scatter diagram, it looks like this. In the top right corner, you can see all these countries which are actually, you know, which you might call advanced. So here on the right most part of the screen, you can see East Asian, what you call tigers, Taiwan, Korea, and China. They seem to be outliers. Actually, they are outliers because Taiwan, Korea, and China, well, except for Taiwan, the GDP per capita is not really that as high as like this group of countries. I mean, in the northeastern region, many of the countries are scattered here in the middle, and Turkey is right next to the origin point. So this is what it looks like if you use the nominal GDP data and per capita. If you take the PPP, purchasing power parity based data, GDP data, it looks a bit nicer. And now you can read the country names better because the PPP actually kind of does a much better picture for GDP. And we see that there's actually a positive relationship, right? Which you would expect. The higher the GDP level, the higher the industrialization level should be. But it looks like it is much better obvious if you use the per PPP data. Okay, so back to the question, how did we decide actually which country should be in stage 4, which country in stage 3? We need some sort of a stratification strategy here. Our strategy was very simple. Again, I'm saying that this is discretionary. You may disagree, which is fine. Please let us know. And you may agree, which is also fine. So we came up with an idea that probably we should set some threshold levels for each stage for in our index calculation. So for each indicator, we came up with some threshold levels. For example, for stage 3, we assume that well, at least 25% of the manufacturing output should be made up of high-end, heavy and chemical industries, right? And for another example would be like a stage 4 R&D to GDP ratio should be at least 2%, and manufacturing employment. So we are talking about an industrializing world. In the industrialized world, for example, you can see that manufacturing employment is low because of the servicification of the economy. So that's why you can see that manufacturing employment, which is manufacturing share and total employment, in stage 4 is we put the threshold at 10%. This is basically what you would see in most Western European and North American economies. But for stage 3 countries, we set that at least with like 25%, because this is what we expect from an industrializing country trying to achieve the high income status, trying to get out of the middle income trap like Turkey. So these are the threshold levels. And these are the numbers you might want to check later on. If you put these threshold levels, then you can see that you can calculate a specific index value, which actually is the minimum value for the index that the country should satisfy to be included in that stage. And in stage 4, this seems to be 0.83. In stage 2, it's a minus 0.7, like that. So this list is made, this ranking is made by using this stratification strategy. So once we did that, we have the list of countries. We know their GDP levels. We have this sample. So we looked at each different stages of industrialization, stage 4, stage 3, 2, 1, and overall sample. And we were wondering what kind of a correlation exists between between per capita GDP and all these the index value. So very interesting. We found that there is a negative relation between this index value and per capita GDP in stage 4. And in stage 3, it's a bit positive. Stage 2, highly positive. Stage 1, again, positive but small. So, but remember, we had this is the index I'm talking about. There's a clearly positive slope, right? So for those who may say that, but you know, if you cut this into 4 different categories, then shouldn't we also observe some sort of a positive relationship? And actually, in statistics, this is called Simpson's paradox, because you might find a 0.742, as you see here. But if you look at different subcategories, the relation might even turn out to be negative. So there's nothing wrong in these numbers. The explanation would be in, if you just are interested in what it means, just Google Simpson's paradox, you will find out. So this means actually there is something different between each category, something latent, something that you do not observe, maybe, but this makes the differences. But overall, you can see the positive correlation. So which means you want to achieve high income level, you have to industrialize, and you would say, of course. Okay, these are the results. Basically, I talked about these. But you know, the negative number, we have to explain what that means to us. So the relationship, the negative relationship, we interpret it as follows. Probably the effectiveness of the traditional and the focused industrial policies or innovation policies already vanishing. And maybe you better focus for these countries, advanced countries, we're talking about stage 4, maybe they should be focusing more on emphasizing more science policies, which is actually what is mostly going on in these economies. And for the less advanced stages like 1, 2, 3, the relation is positive, as you can see in these numbers, although the numbers, the correlation coefficients are different, especially for stage 2. And if you want to know which countries are stage 2, if you look at these stage 2 countries, it's a long list from Central Asia to Turkey to Eastern European countries. We would say that actually industrial policy would probably have a much better and a much higher impact on income and productivity in these economies. So the countries I just mentioned are actually on the top of the stage 2 list, which might actually be jumping to stage 3 and later on stage 4. So, well, we were talking about industrialization, industrial policies. So we say that, okay, maybe these are the numbers. These are the numbers we came up with. And we are interested in what type of policies are appropriate for each different stage of industrialization. I'm running short on time, so I want to make it quick. There's a sequence of policies. Murat mentions this very well in his book. So if you're interested, you just go through details there. And okay, let me jump here. These are the stages, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's from stage 1 to stage 3, stage 2. General industrial policies do a very good job. And from stage 3, which is the imitation stage, then technology policies actually might come in handy. And the last stage, innovation. Innovation policies are actually also related with science policies. So we say that, okay, based on our understanding, we say that this industrialization, industrial policies, and the sequence of policies is very important. So having technology policy in stage 1 probably will do nothing. So you will just be wasting your resources on some very ineffective and inefficient policy. And there is some certain critical level of industrialization, which these policies will be very effective at. And finally, I would like to mention a couple of things before I finish. We want to emphasize also here that there are 2 major constraints in industrialization, the stages of industrialization analysis here. First is the state capacity. State capacity is very important. Murat and me wrote a paper on this. Matsukato has been writing about this, and also, so we say that the governments can be very, very instrumental in this. Actually, this is the essence of industrial policy. States capacity is a very important concept, but also it brings a lot of discussions with itself. Another thing which is important is that education system is very important. Education is one of the indicators we use. Education system it creates the necessary human capital, which we will be using in industrialization, right? Murat mentioned in his book the famous example of German education system from 18th century onward. Okay, and this is the education variable we use. There's a clear relation between education and higher education and GDP per capita. So this is the punchline of our analysis. Industrialization is important, but at each different stage of industrialization, you need different policies. And early premature in policy will probably end up in failure. So, but how to decide which countries in which stage? We came up with an idea that probably we can use an index. This is just an attempt. Of course, needs some improvements maybe, but we believe that it's a good idea to have some sort of a quantitative measure which we can use to for international comparisons. Thank you very much. I know I used a lot of time, so if there are any questions, we are here. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Ali, for this very interesting presentation. I think my camera is working now, so you can see me. So this interesting presentation, because it stresses a very important point about industrial policy, which is that one size fits all policy doesn't work. But industrial policy has to be adapted to the context. In Europe, we would talk about place-based industrial policy regarding regional industrial policy. And as stressed by Ali and Murat in a very important and important way and very good point, is that also industrial policy has to be adapted to the stage of industrial development, which is very important. So we have 2 minutes left for this session. I don't know if we can take some questions. I know that Phil has to leave, unfortunately, in 5 minutes, but well, I would ask Murat whether we can take 5 more minutes for questions.
Yes, sure.
You have a voice like okay.
That was a big yes. So you can take another 5 minutes, I think, because they said it is okay.
So you can take another 5 minutes, Professor Dr. San Landry.
Okay, okay. Murat, are there any questions from the floor?
No question from me. Thank you.
No questions. Okay, so I will ask a question to Ali. I don't have questions to Phil because we actually wrote this chapter together. So this would be a bit strange to ask a question to him. Ali, would you have the possibility in the future to have data for different years, so different periods of time, so as to follow countries at in different years and so identify when did they change their stage of development, and perhaps also compare the instruments and measures they adopted to make these jumps to different stages of development, because that would be very interesting, a dynamic analysis across time showing that perhaps some countries are faster in moving to stage, others not.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this actually we do have data. I have data since 1960, but my own perspective on this, Murat probably has a different opinion, is that I don't like the idea of, for example, using comparative advantage theory to explain international trade, which is actually, I think it's nonsense. So just like that, if we use the same set of parameters that we used for different years, this is probably going to be something similar. So because there's a dynamic going on, right? So well, this looks more like an economic historian's job than an economic practitioner's, or I don't know, quantitative analyst job. So it's a very good idea. Of course, we were talking about that with Muratülek, and we actually, this was our original idea, that why don't we do that? So where was Korea in 1960, 70, 80, 90? We can probably trace it and draw a map of that. This would look very nice and very beautiful, but it comes with complications. But it is in our agenda.
Okay, great, wonderful. So if there are no questions from the floor, I will close this session, and I thank you all very much. Both participants, attendees from the floor, and of course, especially our very prestigious guests, Phil Tomlinson, Ali Yakovic, and Muratülek, who have made these very, very interesting presentations. And I recommend everybody to read the Handbook of Industrial Development that will be published next year. Perhaps we will make another, different presentations and another presentation there. So thank you very much, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We'd like to thank our moderator and our speakers. Now, we would like to connect online with our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Mehmet Balcılar of Eastern Mediterranean University of Northern Cyprus. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yes, please. Yes, we do. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, sir. Buyurun hocam, başlayabilirsiniz.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me as an invited speaker for this important event. Actually, what I will be presenting is somewhat related to the previous session, particularly Professor Ali Yakemik's and Yuleg's presentation. This is a recent work I have been doing for a couple of months now. The idea came from actually for some reports we have done actually for the COMSEC and the OIC recently, where we have been looking particularly on research and development, innovation, and what these achieves in actually many countries. The current state of these innovation or R&D investment literature is mostly applicable to a small part of the world. But in a broader scope, there are so many other countries where there is little innovation and there is little research and development activity. But still, there is some technological achievement. There is progress in there. So I thought what we can do about these type of progresses in technological achievements some nations are doing, and what this type of technological achievement succeeds. So instead of reinventing the wheel, I have looked into the literature, and there was some initial work actually on technological achievement, initially in Human Development Report in 2001, and particularly done by Desai, and then actually his co-authors published a paper in Journal of Human Development in 2002. That the work seemed to be what I need. At least initial start looked to be appealing. So I have constructed and updated what they have called the Technological Achievement Index. The TAI index aims to capture how well a country is creating and diffusing technology and building a human skill base. So it is not only about the innovation, it's also about diffusion of technology. Also, it's about building a human skill base. It reflects the capacity to participate in technological innovations of the network age. So it's a measure how a nation actually participates in this network of creating, diffusing, and building human skill base. It is not simply a measure of which country is leading in global technology, but it rather focuses on how well a country is leading in creating and using the technology. The Technological Achievement Index has 4 dimensions. The first dimension is human skill development. I called it HSI. This is simply measured based on labor force and territory school enrollment ratio. The second dimension is creation of new technology. This is largely correlated with innovation, but we use the same type of data, like patent applications by residents and non-residents. And also we add the scientific and technical journal articles to that. Now, the third dimension is the diffusion of old technology. This is right from access to electricity as percentage of populations, telephone and cell phone subscriptions. And the fourth dimension is the diffusion of recent technology, which is based on individuals using internet and high technology exports. Now, of course, the choice of the variables in these indexes is based on data available and whether they really measure the dimension they have targeted. It looks like they really do have success in capturing what the index has been constructed for. And we put that 4 dimensions and take an average, and that constructs the Technological Achievement Index. The index already done for up to 2000s. I have updated that up to 2019 for 72 countries for which the data is available. Now, what I'm going to look at after constructing that is, I want to do some discoveries. This is very initial, but it will tell me where this index actually is useful for doing some empirical work. So what I'm going to say is, what are the consequences of technological achievement? You know, all these different dimensions all together coming in, and what that leads to. Or what are the correlates of this technological achievement? I'm not going to make an initial assumption on causality. Simply, there may not be a one-way causality. There may be feedback like, you know, higher income may lead to higher technological achievement, but technological achievement also leads to higher income. So that's a technical question. At the moment, I will simply do some discoveries on like how it correlates with income level or growth of the per capita GDP. So I'm going to look at per capita GDP at PPP adjusted at constant prices in US dollars. I will also look at the shares of exports in GDP, all goods and services. I'm going to look at high technology exports as a percentage of manufactured exports. More importantly, I'm going to consider economic complexity index of the constructed by Economic Atlas in Harvard University, which is a ranking of countries based on the diversity and complexity of their export basket. Another index the Harvard University has constructed is the Economic Complexity Outlook Index. This is a measure of how many complex products are near a country's current set of the productive capabilities. The last, I'm going to look at the well-known Global Innovation Index. Before going on to the correlations, let me consider the time evaluation of the Technological Achievement Index and subcomponents. So these figures are, the left one is average over 72 countries. So how do 72 countries are doing over time from 1990 to 2020? Of course, the most noteworthy of these is the fast growth of the diffusion of recent technology from mid-90s to somewhere up to 2017. Then there is a recent trend in this diffusion of recent technology. When we consider creation of technology, this has been the lowest level historically, but it has been keeping the pace. A small growth that is steady still exists in that. More importantly, diffusion of all technology has been actually having a declining tendency starting around early 2000s. Of course, the lastly, technological achievement, I think the human sickle base. So the human sickles is the one on the top. That has been having a steady growth, which was actually the highest index level among the 4 components of the technological achievement, up to somewhere early 2010s, and then downward tendencies observed in the human sickles. Comparing these indices over the regions, like of course the lowest level is in the sub-Saharan Africa. The highest level is in North America, but North America has a really downward trend. Most other regions have an increasing trend in terms of the technological achievement index. The sub-dimensions also have similar picture to the last graph. And if you want to compare how the regions are doing in 1990, so this is the highest level where we have seen the North America and then the Western Europe, and also the Western offshoots, China and others. And then I look at the same region in 2019. As we have seen, the picture has changed. Some regions has gained actually in terms of the technological achievement, while some regions are actually downgraded. Overall, there is a little bit the decline in the technological achievement of the whole universe. One important result I have is really these 4 subcomponents of the technological achievement index is not very highly correlated. Like if you look at the creation of technology, the correlation with other dimensions is not really strong, and the diffusion of all technology is really not strongly correlated. Also, the diffusion of recent technology is a little bit correlated with human cycles, and human cycles seems to be actually largely correlated with all of them. That is expected. And also, in terms of my correlation variables, some of them are correlated, but not all of them. So, like Global Innovation Index and Economic Complexity Index is highly correlated, but not all of them. I have some of them are mildly correlated, and some of them are like economic complexity and per capita GDP is certainly correlated significantly. This is the overall correlation matrix of these variables. And if I look at the components of the technological achievement index, I see the largest contribution to the index comes from diffusion of recent technology and human cycle base. And the technological achievement index is largely correlated with GDP per capita, economic complexity index, and the global innovation index. I will look into the subcomponents more closely. And this one, I'm going to consider the per capita income and the technological achievement index and their 4 subcomponents. So, and this one, the largest correlation among the 4 subcomponents is with the diffusion of recent technology, and the second comes with the human cycle base. Of course, as the technological achievement index is the average of these 4, that also correlates significantly. But diffusion of recent technology correlates more than all others. So it is not actually, but it is the creation of new technology has an only correlation of 0.23, and that tells me actually diffusion for the whole world matters more than the creation of the new technology, which is kind of new knowledge that I have got out of this analysis, and I need to do more, but this is a significant information that the diffusion matters more than the creation here. So the second, I'm going to look at the share of exports in GDP, and here the correlations are all low, except again, also it's small. The largest correlation is with the diffusion of recent technology, and then after that, it is again the human cycle base. Now, I go into the high technology exports, and this correlation actually is largest with the diffusion of recent technology, and second, the diffusion of all technology also matters for high technology exports. Let me consider now economic complexity and correlation. This is a very important index. You know, for many middle-income countries, the problem is actually not exporting, but exporting the products that are, you know, created complex using complex technologies. And here again, most important dimensions are diffusion of recent technology, followed by human cycles, and then the diffusion of older technology, but not the creation of new technology. And I'm going to look at the complexity output index. But this one I don't have actually, and that is understandable. That's outlook, not actually what's happening and how close a nation in terms of the product base. And this one, the largest correlation is with the human cycle base, and that's also actually understandable. And now I'm going to look at the Global Innovation Index and how it correlates with the dimensions of the technological achievement. As expected, the largest correlation comes with diffusion of recent technology and then the human cycle phase. Certainly, the creation of the new technology also is highly correlated with the innovation, which is also unexpected results. Now, I'm going to look at how robust my results over time and what is the story about before 2010s and after 2010s. But I take an average of these data and before 2010 and after 2010. So these are average correlations. Let me consider the correlation of the technical achievement and its sub-dimensions with the economic complexity index. So before 2010s, the highest correlation was with the diffusion of all technology. And now that has this, the smallest correlation, but the highest correlation after 2010 comes with the diffusion of recent technology. So your technology was relevant before, but I should notice this is not only 2010. I am looking back into 2010 down to 1990. So that's something like 2 decades before 2010. So the old technology is losing its contribution to the economic complexity, and the recent technology is becoming more relevant. And then I looked at how different dimensions of the technological achievement is contributing to the GDP per capita. Again, during 90s and 2000s, the old technology diffusion was important. Well, again, the recent technology was more important than the older technology. Diffusion of new technology is still important and really more important. But the old technology is contributing the lowest to the GDP per capita. And other three sub-dimensions, creation of new technology, diffusion of recent technology, and human cycle base, do keep their correlations about the same. So it is only the old technology that is contributing less after 2010s. So these are my discoveries looking at initial data that I have. I believe the messages and the results I get from this exploratory analysis is very important, and we will look deeper into the results with the more relevant techniques, and we will be doing some rigorous analysis in coming months. That's all I would like to talk about. I think I'm just on time.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for the information you provided. Thank you for the speech. Have a nice time. Have a nice day. Hello.